Now, in today's app building tutorial, we're going to be building a comprehensive, fully functioning, production-ready app. And we're not just going to be building any app. We're going to be building an app, a type of app that's used by millions of users world over. Okay, so this is going to be a serious A to Z, beginner-friendly app building tutorial using my favorite no-code tool, FlutterFlow. And we're also going to be using Supabase as our backend that's going to be also playing a major role in building this app. And so you're going to be learning how to build a serious app, but most importantly, you're going to be learning some very advanced techniques throughout the building process that you can leverage in pretty much any kind of app that you're going to be building, whether it's going to be a very similar app or a completely different app or a simple app or a complex app or anything in between. And so regardless of where you are on the learning scale in terms of experience, you're going to gain a ton of knowledge that's going to be useful in your future apps. And so make sure you watch this video until the very end, and do let me know if you have any questions, comments, or suggestions. Now, before we get started, as always, with all the video tutorials that I make, all the apps and all the resources that I discuss on this channel are available to be viewed and or cloned by joining our amazing Patreon community. And if you're still not a member, then definitely check it out. And you can do that via the first link in the description below the video. All right, so we are going to be building a Reddit social media app, okay? And so we're going to try to replicate kind of what Reddit has going. And there's lots and lots of interesting, intricate pieces that we need to make sure are working correctly. So first, let me show you kind of the general overview, right, of this app. So we have the user. The user is going to come against this sign up or a login screen. And so once they're logged in, they're going to be, dealing and kind of interacting with these components, with these pages. So we have the home page, and this is what they're going to see first. And the purpose of the home page is to show them a feed of the things that they might be interested in, right? So these are going to be like various subreddits, maybe some posts from subreddits, stuff like that. Next, we have a community directory, right? So this is your subreddits, just a list of subreddits that you can explore, you can join, you can click on one, get more details. We also have a way for them to create a new post, right? So they can create a new post in a particular subreddit, okay? And here they can see post details, post and comments. That is, if they click on an existing post, they can kind of learn more about it. We also have chat functionality, right? So you can potentially contact someone and chat with them, right? You have that public where you're chatting, you're replying to posts, but then you also have private or DM, right? Direct message, where you can contact anyone, you can write them a message and they will get notified, right? So you're going to have two views. You're going to have your message view, right? And that is where you have, all the different messages, all the different people that you're chatting with. And then once you click on the conversation, you're going to be on this chat view where you can actually, answer a message, see all the messages with a specific person. We also have our profile and settings, right? You can configure, maybe person's interest, their picture, username, email, etc., etc. And then we also have admin and moderation, flow, which includes the moderational tools, right? So you can be a moderator in a particular subreddit, right? In a particular community, which gives you special powers, right? It gives you the ability to maybe flag posts, delete posts, maybe disable, the ability for others to create more comments in a particular post. You'll be able to do all that. Now, if we scroll down, let me show you some of the screenshots here, okay? So here we have the general homepage, right? So what we have is basically random posts from different communities, right? So there's one post here, There's another post here, and it's basically showing them because it thinks that the user might be interested in them. Next, we have the community view, right? So if you click on one of these communities, let's say this one, you're going to be seeing different comments. And these are going to be threaded style. This is going to be very, very interesting. We're also going to be doing threading so that if you reply to this one, you will be able to see it, a little bit indented here. Okay. Here we have the community view, right? And so if you look at the tabs here, this is the first tab, both of these. And then this is the second tab. This is the communities view, different subreddits. Here, this one is this, when you click on create, you're going to be shown this screen here, and you can select a community, maybe communities that you're subscribed to, maybe communities that you've shown interest in, stuff like that. And last but not least, we also have an inbox page where you'll be able to get notifications, right? So somebody has replied to you, somebody mentioned you, stuff like that. You're going to be seeing various notifications here as well. So here's a quick AppFlow summary. User signs up or logs in. They land on the home feed to browse posts. They can search for communities or join one. They can interact with posts via voting, commenting, or sharing. They can create new posts in subscribed communities, access profile to manage settings and view activity, notifications and messaging, enhance user engagement. Admins moderate their communities to maintain rules and quality. Okay, so this is a quick kind of flow to show how a typical user interaction is gonna go. And last but not least, I want to talk about the database schema. So we have the main users table, which is actually built in with Supabase. And this users table starts off with kind of the first layer of these tables, right? So you have communities. This is one-to-many, which means that, a user can be a part of multiple communities. They can also, cast multiple votes. They can have multiple notifications, send multiple messages, and write multiple posts. Okay. Posts also can have multiple votes. There's also reports. Communities, they have memberships, right? You can be a member of a community. This person can be a member, or you can have communities that person is not a member, but they still exist. You also have moderation, and you also have comments, right? So this is with posts, right? That is also comments. And what's interesting about comments is that it's linked to posts here, but it's also linked to itself, right? So that's for threading, right? So you can have one comment below another as a reply to another comment, and that's linked to that comment because it's a reply to that specific comment. So here's our kind of basic, but also fairly complete database schema. All right, so right now we're going to be setting up our Supabase schema, our tables, and our entities. Okay, so here I am in my Supabase dashboard. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a brand new project for this app that we're going to be building. And I'm going to say the project name is going to be a Reddit app. And password, I'm just going to let it generate. That's the password right there. And I'm going to go ahead and create this new project. All right, so it's setting up this brand new project for us. You got to give it a couple of moments. All right, so I went ahead and created a brand new project for us. And remember, with Supabase, it's more just a database, right? We're getting the entire backend, right? Authentication, storage, edge functions, real time, lots and lots of goodies. And so I'm going to head over here and I'm going to go to our table editor and I'm going to start creating the tables. Now, the first table that I want to create is going to be the communities table, right? These are going to be our subreddits. So I'm going to click over here and I'm going to say communities. Okay. And for this table, we need to add a couple of fields. So we need the name. We need a description. I also have a banner URL, which is going to be, for customizing the community. And we also need the owner ID. Okay. So all of these top ones are text. And the owner ID is going to be linked to another table, right? So what we want to click here, want to click on auth, and here you want to select users, and you want to link it to ID, which is our user ID there. So that it's linked there, okay? And so at this point, we just hit save, and that's going to go ahead and create our communities table for it. The next table that I want to add is the community memberships table. Okay, I'm going to hit this, new table. I'm going to say community memberships. And for this table, I am going to, well, I need the community ID. I also need the user ID. And that's it pretty much, right? So it's just going to link the users to their communities. It's a classical many-to-many table, okay? And so this is going to be a foreign key to communities, ID, and this is going to be a foreign key to users. And also ID. Hit save, okay? All right, that table has been now created. The next table I want to create is the post table, okay? So this table is going to store the posts. So we want to start out with title. We want the content. We want the post type. Maybe a link or an image or just text. We're going to have the user ID. We're going to have the community ID. Now, for these ones, these are going to be text. And I'm going to make it text just to keep things simple. This is going to be a foreign key to our users ID. And this is going to be a foreign key to our communities ID. All right, hit save. Next, we're going to create the comments table. Okay, let's say comments. We're going to start out with the post ID. Next, we have the user ID. Next, we have the content. And we also need the parent comment ID. Parent comment ID in the situation where we are replying to another comment, right? So this is going to be for posts. I'm going to link it to posts. That's a foreign key. This is our user ID. That's going to be just text. And so first I'm just going to assign it, right? Int 8, because that is the same one here. And that should be enough. Okay, so now we have this comments created. And in fact, what we can do now is we can click here. We can edit this. And we can add a foreign key back to it, right? Click over here, comments, and we can just assign it like this. Okay, so now we have a foreign key right here to itself, to other rows basically. All right, the next table that I want to create is the votes table. Okay, I'm going to click on new table. We're going to do votes. We're going to have the post ID, the comment ID, the user ID, and then the vote type, right? So with Reddit, you can either vote up or down. So it's going to be +1 or -1. So the vote type, that's going to be an integer, and that's it. So post ID is our posts. Comment ID is for comments. User ID is for, obviously, for users. And this is going to be just a simple integer. We can just use this one just to simplify it. All right, so now we have the votes table. Now the next table that I want to create is the chats and messages. So the first one is chats. And for chats, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create an array of users as well as an array of user IDs, because that's going to be easier to look them up. So I'm going to say user IDs, And this is going to be a UUID, and I want it to be an array because this is going to store the UUIDs of the people in the chat. And then I'm going to say usernames, and that's going to be just text, which is also going to be an array. We don't want to generate random or anything like that. So these are going to be the UUIDs linking to the users. Okay. And this is going to be text. Okay. We're going to do this. I think this should work. And we also need a table for the actual messages. Okay. So I'm going to click here, messages, or chat messages actually, so that there are no confusions. And this is going to be the user ID and then the message itself. And we have the created at, which is the time that the message was sent automatically. So we don't need to worry about that. This is going to link to that users table, this ID right here. And this message is just text. Okay, that should do it. And I'm also going to create a moderation table, right? So I'm going to say moderation. And for this one, we're going to start off with the community ID. Next, we have the user ID, the role. And so the role is going to be what role that person is in the community. So I can be an admin, or I can be a moderator, or I can be something else in a particular community. Okay. So let's go ahead and join our tables. All right. Hit save. All right. So at this point, we have a bunch of tables, and this is a good start for our schema. Of course, this may evolve throughout our app building process, but this is a good start. Now, the next thing that I like to do, and this is an optional step, is I like to create some sample data so that when I start building the app, I already have data that I can display, and that's going to help me, throughout the process. So the first thing that I like to do is I like to start out with the authentication piece, right? Because everything is tied to the users. So I'm going to go into authentication, and I'm going to go ahead and create a user manually. In fact, we can create maybe a couple of users. And I'm going to do James. This is what I always like to do. And just a fixed password. You want to make sure that you have this selected, and you want to click on create user. Let's go ahead and add another user. And you want to make sure that the password is it's an easy to remember password, because you'll have to log in using this password. You don't want to forget it, because it's going to be trickier to reset it later. And tim@tim.com. All right, so now we have two users, and that means if we head over here to our tables, and you go to auth, and you go into users, you're going to see these two users here, and that means we have these user IDs. And so it's a good idea to kind of remember, just if you're going to be using this user a lot, what that user ID starts with. A9, that's yours, and then the other one is that. It's going to be helpful when you're linking the users, okay? Just something that I like to do. All right, let's go back to our public schema. This is what, that contains the tables that we have created. And let's go ahead and start creating some sample data. So let's start with communities. So I like to do it in threes. So like 3 communities, 3 chats, 3 posts, etc., etc. So let's go ahead and create 3 communities. So the first community is, let's say, cars. Okay, description. In fact, let's do lowercase in Reddit style. Description, a community about fast cars. Banner URL, I'll add that later. And now, because we have the users, this is going to be easy. I can just go over here. Remember what I said about IDs. So I remember that A99 is mine. So I can quickly select it. Otherwise, I have to scroll over and look up the email. So because I remember this, I'm just going to select it, hit save. And we have one community just like that. Let's create 2 more real quick. Let's do, I don't know, food. The best cooking club, something like this. And let's link it to myself again. And then the last community will link it to the other user. And let's do name, fashion. Be always in style. Okay, and I'm gonna link this to the other user. Okay, so we have 3 communities. Let's do, we can do posts. Let's go ahead and do posts, insert a row. Title is, what's a good car to buy? Okay, and this is gonna be content. What I'm just gonna do is I'm just gonna copy this. And post type, so this is text. User ID, this is gonna be us, me. And community ID, this is gonna be cars. Okay, let's do 2 more. Title, looking for healthy food. Okay, I'll do the same thing. Post type text, user ID is, I'll link it to the other person, and community ID, this is food. And then let's go ahead and create another post. And let's do another post in cars, just to mix it up a bit. So this is it, EV cars versus ICE cars. ICE is, it's the regular cars, right? Combustion engine cars, right? Internal combustion engine. Okay, and should I buy, which car should I buy? Text, and this is gonna be me. Community ID cars. All right, so we are done here. Let's do community memberships. Here I'm gonna add myself to the community cars. I'm a member. And let's go ahead and do another one. And I'm gonna add the other user to cars. And I'm gonna add myself to food, because that's a cool community. I like the people. I like the vibe. Okay. All right, so I'm in 2 communities, and no, yeah, I'm in 2 communities, and then the other user is in 1 community. Let's do comments. Okay, we're gonna leave a comment. And so somebody asked the topic, and let's say I asked the topic, and let's say EV car versus ICE car, and then this user ID, the other user, decided to comment about it. Well, I think it depends on a lot of factors. Okay, and then blah blah blah. No parent comment ID because it's a top level comment, right? Okay, and let's do another comment. And let's say I reply to the comment, right? So I come over here, this is me, and now we have a parent comment ID. So I decided to reply. Well, if you can be more specific, that would be helpful. Okay, so something like this. And then let's say there's another top level comment for this post. And this is the other user. It depends, what's your budget? No parent because it's the top level. Okay, so that is what we have. Let's go into votes. You know, we can maybe vote a bunch of posts. So let's say I want to vote up this one, and no comment. And let's say I want to vote up this comment here. What's your budget? I decided. And this is the user ID is me. And the vote type is 1. So I'm clicking up, right? Let's do another one, because it's not too important for the votes. We'll do that later. Let's do this one. What is that? Post ID 3. This one, user ID. Let's say this is the other user 1. All right, so that is what we have. Moderation. What do we have for moderation? Yeah. So let's assume I'm the moderator in this cars community and I'm an admin. And let's say the other user is a moderator in that community, right? User ID, the other user, and he's a moderator or a mod. All right, so now we have a bunch of things. Let's also do chats. So let's do insert row, and we have a list of user IDs here, right? So remember, this is an array of user IDs and an array of usernames. Let's go ahead and look up our user IDs real quick. So if you come over to comments, let's say, I'm going to copy this and I am going to save it real quick. And I'm also going to copy this because let's say these two people are chatting. Okay, and now we can go over here and we can insert a row and we have these user IDs. Okay, and usernames, well, it needs to be in the same order, right? So this is going to be Tim and this is going to be James. Okay, let's see if this works. Let me go ahead and fix this. Let's put it in quotes. Nicely JSON. See that? Okay, let's see if this works. Okay. So now we're in business, right? We have an array of user IDs and we have an array of usernames. And that's going to be helpful for us when we are actually building the app. And let's leave a message, you know, let's do an insert row. Let's say I message somebody and, oh, we also need the chat ID. We forgot the chat ID for this table. We need that. Hey, I had a question about something. We also need a chat ID. So let me go ahead and add a chat ID. And that's going to be a foreign key, chats ID, because it needs to be associated with a particular chat, right? Okay, and I like to move it all the way in the beginning. And now let's go ahead and link it to this chat. All right, there we have it. So we have some sample data. That's going to be very, very useful when we are building the app and we want to see how the data is being displayed. Now, once I've set up all my tables here and I've populated them with some sample data there, there's still one more thing that we need to do, and that is we need to enable access to these tables. So Supabase by default has something called RLS policies, right? And so if you just create a table and you do not create the appropriate policy, you're not going to have, you won't be able to get access to this table, right, from your app. And so as you can see, if I hover over, it says the RLS is enabled for this table, but no policies are set. Select queries may return 0 results. And so what we need to do is for each table, we need to create a policy. Okay, and so what I'm going to do is I'm going to click create policy. And what I like to do is I like to create a very, very open policy when I'm just starting out. So I just call it all, which means everybody can do anything. And I want to select all here. And here I want to type true and true. And what I want to do is I want to click save policy here. Okay. And so I want to do that for all the tables. Now, and it's actually very easy. All I need to do is delete this. And then I see all my tables. And so for the tables that I haven't set up the policies yet, I want to click on create policy. I want to do all. And I want to do true. Save policy. And I'm just going to continue this, create policy all. I'm just going to call it all. And do the same thing for the other tables. All right, so now at this point, all the tables that we have at least one policy, and that is a very open, permissive policy that allows anybody to do pretty much anything. And that's enough to get us started so that we can easily access our data and start building the app. All right, so now that we've set up everything we need to do on the Supabase side, we can start building our app. And I'm going to be using FlutterFlow, which is my favorite no-code builder. Absolutely love it. Great tool. Allows you to build all kinds of apps, anything from simple to complex and pretty much anything in between. And so here I am in my dashboard. And as you can see, I have tons of apps here that I've built over the years. And I've been using FlutterFlow for a while. And so depending on your experience, you may see lots of apps here, or you may see no apps. And so regardless, what you want to do is you want to click here, create new, and you want to create your project. So I'm just going to call it a Reddit app. And I'm going to do create blank. Next, you want to make sure that you unselect this Firebase. We're going to be using Supabase here, and you want to click on start building. And now we are ready to start building our app. And before we do that, we want to connect our Supabase backend to the app that we have here. So I'm going to go ahead and press Command K or Control K if you are on a PC. And you want to type Supabase. Click enable, and you need to enter the API URL and the anon key. So I'm going to go back to my Supabase here. I'm going to go to project settings, API, copy this URL, come back here, copy this, and paste that there. Okay. And so as you can see, it pulls all the tables, all the views, if any, that we have here. And this means that we have a successful connection. We can read and write our Supabase backend. And now we are ready to start building the actual UI and the logic for the app. Now, the first thing that we need to do when building this app is we need to set up authentication. Remember, our app would need users to be authenticated. It's not going to be an app that everybody can come in and just use it. We need to know who the users are. And so what we're going to do is we're going to press Command K or Control K. We're going to type authentication. We're going to enable authentication. We want to enable Supabase because that's our backend. And as you can see here, we need to specify an entry page and a logged in page. Okay, we already have a logged in page. That's going to be our home page in most cases, but we do not have an entry page here. And so what we need to do is we need to create an entry page. And so if you click here, you can decide the page that you like to do. Now, these pages look a little different. And some of them have a sign in and a sign up as well, which is going to be useful. So what about using something like this? It has these two tabs on the bottom. Let's go ahead and do that. I'm just going to call it login. We're going to do that. And here we can just customize it a little bit. James social app, something like this. And now we can create an account and we can log in, right? So if you click over here, so I'm just going to go ahead and delete these ones because we're just going to be using simple email login for the purpose of this tutorial. So I'm just going to delete these options. Okay. So now you can log in and you can also create an account as well. Okay. So we have an error here. So it's telling us we don't have an entry page. So the entry page is going to be this login page that we have created here. And the next thing that I want to do is I want to test out the login functionality real quick before we start building the app. All right. So here I am back in Supabase. We're going to go ahead and select our app over here. And what we're going to do is we're going to go into authentication. And as you can see, I already have these two accounts that I have set up. I have previously created. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to try to log in with one of these accounts to see if that's going to work as expected. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and run this app real quick. All right, there's our app. Let's go ahead and log in. And as you can see, we have successfully logged in. This should obviously say homepage. So we can do it. We can come over here and just call it home. Okay, we can refresh it. And we have successfully logged into home. Now, another thing that's always a good thing to do, and this is an optional step, but it's an important step, is you want to create a page that gives the user some information about who they're logged in as, some preferences, user info, stuff like that. So we're going to do that right now. And we also have some nice templates for that. We can click on settings and you're going to be seeing nice pages for that. And so you can kind of browse around and see which one you like. Let's see if there's a social media one that's kind of for what we're trying to do. Let's go ahead and put this one. Okay, I'm going to say my theme. I'm just going to call it the profile page. Okay, and there's the page right here. And typically, in order to get to this page, you need to have a navbar. So we're going to go ahead and enable the navbar, search for navbar here, show navbar, and now we need to configure the pages. Okay, so we're going to have home as the first navbar page. Click here, and then you need another page. This is going to be that profile page. Select profile up on top, select navbar, select show a navbar here, and you want to change the icon. Because it has the home icon, you can just search for profile. And here you can select something neutral like this. Okay, so now we have the home page and we have the profile. Let me go ahead and restart this app. All right, and here's our app. We have the home page and we also have this one. Now here, I just want to make a couple of quick changes. I want to display the email since we have access to that. We can click over here, authenticated user, email. And we also have a couple of other things, but we're going to be changing that later since we don't have access to that just yet. And this logo, we want to make sure that it is set correctly, and it is, right? So it's auth logout, okay? And so now if we restart the app, we should have these things working. There we go. Click over here. Now we have the email over here, and we also have logout. So if I click on logout, it's going to go ahead and log us out and get us back to this login screen that we've created in the beginning of this video. Now, the next thing that I want to work on is the home page. And this is an interesting one because homepage is where you are seeing your communities and maybe a post from your communities, but there's also a recommendation element as well. And so if we take a look at this Reddit one, I am not a member in these communities, right? I don't think I'm even a member in any of the communities, maybe one or two, but not these ones. And so it's showing me recommendations because it noticed that maybe, I don't know, I click around some of these communities and things like that. And so when we are dealing with these social media apps, we need to be thinking about this recommendation element, okay? Now, if we head over to our Supabase here, Supabase database right here, you can see that we have this communities table. These are all the communities, but we also have communities memberships. Okay, so I'm a member, or at least, yeah, so I think that's me. So if we click over here, yeah, that's me. So I am a member in, for one of these communities, right? Or two of these communities, 1 and 2. And then this is another person. And so I'm a member in community 1, community 2. If you go here, so let's say cars and food. Okay. And so the idea here is that we need to create a view that will look at community memberships and get all the data. That's like the first part. And the second part is we need to rank, whether we want to show that community. And we also want to show something else, right? Because let's say I want to display 3 communities and I'm only a member of 2 communities. Well, it probably makes sense to show the third community, even though I'm not a member of, because homepage is not really about, the communities that you're a member of. It's about recommendations, right? The fact that you're a member of a community is a signal to the recommendation engine, right? It's like with YouTube, you may not be a subscriber to any channel, but you're going to be recommended channels that you watch, even though you're not a subscriber. But if you become a subscriber, that's going to be another signal to YouTube to recommend videos from that channel. Okay. So this is what we need to do is we need to create a view that will show community memberships. And also it's going to assign like a rank to a particular community, whether, let's say I'm a member, that's like one rank. I'm not a member, that's another rank, stuff like that, okay? So let's go ahead and try this out. So I'm going to go in here and I'm going to try our trusty Supabase AI, this assistant here, okay? So I'm going to go in here, I'm going to maximize it, and I'm going to say create a view that will display community memberships with user ID and all the data from communities, and also create a new column, rank, that will display the rank 1 to 5, whether that community should be shown to the user. That community should be shown to the user. And that should be determined by different factors. So for instance, for example, if a user is a member, rank it higher, otherwise rank it lower. Okay, so right now we only have like 2 signals, member or not a member. Maybe later on we can also get like liking and views and all of those things into the account. All right, let's try this out and see how this works. All right, there we go. Okay. So it says higher rank for members and lowest rank for non-members. So this is good because we can sort it that way. Okay, let's run this query and community memberships view. Okay, that's the name. And success, no rows. Okay, let's go to our table. Let's see what happens. This is community. What I like to do here is I like to sort it by entity type. So I have my views at the bottom. Okay. Now, I really hope that you are enjoying this video tutorial so far. It took me a long time to, plan this app and, start building it and finally get it out to you guys. It's a long project. It takes a lot of time out of you. And plus I have to do other videos. I have other things going on. And so it's a long project, but it's finally out. It's finally here. And, I'm more than certain that it's going to help a lot of you in some way, shape, or form. Now, if you're serious about no code, if you're serious about building apps, if you want to build apps the least, hassle way, where, you can just take your idea and transform it into a prototype, and you want to get it out, then you can iterate, right? Making it better, making it nicer, making it more user-friendly, and finally, before you know it, you have a real production-ready app. Then really the best option for you right now is FlutterFlow with Supabase. That is why I create lots and lots of FlutterFlow videos. I really like the product. I think it's the best option for most people out there. And the best way to learn FlutterFlow, in my opinion, as well as Supabase, is by joining Mastering FlutterFlow as well as Mastering Supabase, my 2 flagship trainings that teach you everything that you need to know about FlutterFlow as well as Supabase. So when you join Mastering FlutterFlow, you are going to learn FlutterFlow step by step in easily digestible video modules that teach you just the things that you need to know without wasting your time with the things that you do not need to know. And you're going to be part of our amazing private community where you can always ask questions, you can always get support, whether it's about the actual training or if it's about an app that you're building. We're always there. We have an awesome community. I am there. We're going to try to help you out. And the same thing when it comes to Supabase. Supabase is the best backend when it comes to building your app. But Supabase is fairly complicated. It's fairly complex. And if you make mistakes in the way that you create your backend, if in a way that you create your schemas and store your data, it's going to get a little tricky to change it down the road. And so it's important to get it right the first time. And that is why you definitely need to check out Mastering Supabase, which is my Supabase training. And just like Mastering FlutterFlow, it comes with easily digestible video modules that teach you just the things that you need to know without wasting your time on things that you do not need to know. And so if you're serious about building a backend with Supabase, then definitely check out Mastering Supabase, which is my amazing flagship training.
And so do check out mastering FlutterFlow and mastering Supabase via the links in the description below the video. And I really hope to see you inside of our private community.
And so here, looking at the screen, we can see that if we filter by the user, so let's say we filter by me, which is this user ID here, I have these two communities and they're all ranked equally high because I'm a member of both of these communities. Now, for this user here, this user is going to get just this cars community, right? Because they're a member of this cars community. This community here, it's not going to be shown, right? Because there's no user that when you filter by that user, this thing is going to come up. And that is because right now, nobody is a member, no views or anything like that. And that is absolutely fine, right? There's some communities that nobody went to, right? Nobody has seen. There's no reason, right? And so later on, as we start to take kind of the likes and the views of posts and those communities into this algorithm, right? We're going to be changing this later on. We are going to be getting more and more signals because right now we just have, either a subscriber or not a subscriber. And so right now, this is fine for us kind of to get started with, okay? And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to come here. I'm going to refresh my schema. I'm going to come here. I'm going to say get schema. And now I'm going to be seeing this new view here, okay? And so now what I can do is I can start building my homepage with this view. And let's go ahead and see how this page looks like. So it's going to be these cards here, right? And it's going to have this logo, community logo. We'll get that later. The name of the community. And this is a post, right? So we're essentially displaying a post. And so we can change the query, the view, to maybe display a top post in that community. This is something that we can do as well. Maybe the most popular post, okay? Because we're recommending a post at the end of the day inside of a community. And so that is something that we can do. And we can change the view to show us the posts with the highest views, right? The highest upvotes, okay? And so let's do this. Let's change the view to display the top post by upvotes in the communities that the person is interacting with, as determined by our recommendations engine. Display all the post fields in the view as well. All right, there we go. Top post community memberships. Okay, let's see this. Now, what we want to do is we want to display just one post. Make sure you display the top number one post only for a specific community that was recommended by the ranking. Okay, let's see how this works. All right. So it's creating another view, which is fine. So we are getting an error because of P upvotes. We do not have P upvotes. This is actually votes here. Okay. For votes, see the votes table and simply tally up the vote type. 1 equals upvote, -1 equals downvote. Okay, so it is creating this votes tally. That's not quite what I want. What I want to do is I want to get this in here. And what I want to do is I want to make sure that we do this correctly. So let's do this. Create a view that will display the top number one post from the communities that we are interested in. Interest is determined by our interaction with the community. make it so if we are a member, our interest is 5 equals 5, and not member equals 1. Make this interest field called rank part of the view. Next, in each of the next, for each of the communities, find the number one post as determined by the upvotes. And then we can say for upvotes, you can check table votes and see that vote type equals 1 upvote and vote type equals -1. That's a downvote. You can tally up all the vote types values to see the overall vote. Okay, let's see if this would work. I'm gonna copy this whole prompt. Maybe I'll need to reuse it. All right, there we go. Let's see what we have. Top post by community interest view. Okay. Okay, that might be, looks interesting. The name makes sense. Okay, let's try this out. Let's go ahead and run it. And now it's telling us updated at, P updated at, we don't have updated. Let's go ahead and debug that. All right, let's go ahead and run it. Success. Okay, let's see how this works. Top post by community. All right. And there we have it. We have the post. We don't have a lot of posts, but at least we're getting what we need to get. Total votes is 1 and rank is 5. That's the community rank. And yeah, looks good to us. And it's not displaying that other community that we're not a member of this thing, right? So this is actually good. What I'm going to do is, well, we can delete this one later, but right now we can come back here. I'm going to come back here. I'm going to get my schema. And now I have this. So now we can display the posts in the community that we have interest in. Okay. So let's go ahead and do this list view. Let's put a card. Let's start getting it to work. And what do we need to do? So we have a row. We have a row, we have a row, and then we have another row. So 4 rows. Let's start off with a column and 4 rows. Let's do a row. All right. So let's go ahead and display the community. Okay. And for each row, I'm going to do a little bit of padding. All right. So we have this. We also have the post. We have all of this information. These are basically posts from communities that we have interest in. So I'm going to say this is going to be the community. And well, we need to feed this to list view. This is going to be Supabase query, top post, list rows. And we can also, well, we're going to display just one post, right? We're going to do a single row and we're going to do a filter. And what we want to do is we want to filter. Well, it's already going to be top post. So it's fine, right? It's one post in each community. So we're not going to be limiting, but we need to have a filter. So this is going to be a list of rows. That's fine. And we're going to have a filter, of course. User ID equal to authenticated user. User ID. Okay. And then we just basically get a list of rows. And now we can display. Actually, yeah, this is fine. We have cards here. And let's go ahead and display the first community. Community name. Empty. And what else do we want to display? You want to display, next row is going to be the name of the post. This is going to be the name of the post, empty. And this is going to be the post. And that last row is going to have very cool widgets for the upvotes, the comments, and maybe sharing, stuff like that. So I'm just going to display the upvotes. I think we have that information. There will be total votes. Okay, these are the upvotes. Default value 0. All right, now let's go ahead and run this app. And what do we have? And we have the top post. We have cars and we have food. Both of these communities are, communities that we're subscribed to. And both of these posts, they have, so this one has one upvote and this has no upvotes, right? Or maybe it has an upvote and a downvote. Let's go ahead and see, just to make sure everything is legit. So let's go ahead and we can see that we have one upvote, right? For post 1 and 3, and this is 1 and 3, but except group 3, 1 and 3, and which ones of these? Yeah, community 1, because these are both in that first community, in the cars. But this other post, looking for healthy food, there's no upvotes. Post ID 2 does not have any upvotes, right? Post 1 and 3 have. So basically this one doesn't have any upvotes and this one does. And so far it looks good. We just need to fix it up a little bit and add a little bit more of recommendation magic. But at least we're getting the data that we need. All right, so far, this is what we have. And remember, this is going to be like recommendations because we're pulling it from this one here. And so when we filter by the user, we can see the top posts, okay, that we need to display. Okay. And so right now what I want to do is I want to fix it up a little bit. I want to make it a little bit nicer and I want to get it to look really nice. And then later on, we'll worry about some of these other recommendation signals. Okay. So let's come back here and let's see what we can do. So we have this group and this is the post, and this was the last time the post was listed. Okay, so let's go ahead and do this right here. So we have this row. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna have this little image here. I'm gonna have this little image. I'm gonna put it right there, and well, I'm gonna put it right here in the row, and I'm gonna make it really small, maybe 20 by 20. So that looks good. You can also give it a border radius. You can do that. In fact, you can do something like this, maybe even like this, and that looks pretty good. Okay, so that's gonna be our image for the group, for the corresponding group, right? Like this or like this. This is going to be the name, and this right here is going to be the time the post was written. Okay, so if we go to our Supabase right here, we come back over here, we can see our posts, and we should have posts created at. Okay, so we have this information here. That's what we need. And so we're going to come over here. We're going to change this to post created at. And what's cool about this is that we can do datetime format. And then what we can do is relative. Okay. Which is exactly what we want. So if we come back over here, you can see that this is relative. And then the last one is join. Okay. In case we want to join that group, that's going to be a call to action. And so what we can do is we can have a little button right there. And this button needs to be to the right. And because these are to the left, what we want to do is we can't really do it this way, right? Because even if we space it, what we need to do is we need to create another row for these two so that they are aligned together, right? So I'm going to put another row, put it right there, right here. And then these ones are going to go inside the row, and I'm going to rearrange this. Okay. And now if you come over here, you can do this. And let's go ahead and fix it up. This is first. What is this? Relative second. And this is, so this is going to be community name relative. And now it's aligned perfect. And so this button, it's going to say join. And we are going to give it a border radius. Where is there's our border radius. Give it a 20. And we can make it even smaller. Height of 20. Yeah, it's still a bit bigger. I think 20. Maybe make this a little bit smaller, the text. Font size 14, maybe even 10. And then a little bit of padding, right? Let's do a little bit of padding. Well, actually, let's make the button what's gonna pad. Okay, that looks pretty good. Maybe make it a little bit narrower. So we have this with, no, this is something we have to play. 55. 55. Yeah, 55. Okay, so that is what we have. That looks pretty good. And so we have this top row. We have this title. Let's make the title a little bit bigger. The text a little bit bigger. It's 14. I think I want it to be 16 and make it just a little bit. And then this is going to be smaller. It's going to be smaller, maybe 12. And what we want to do is we want to make sure that it wraps, right? So it wraps like this. And we do that by having this this expansion. That should wrap. And what do we have on the bottom? So on the bottom, this is where it gets interesting. We have all of these little widgets, little things here. And you know, this is kind of a widget. We can mimic that by creating our own little container and having these things inside. And then we have, I think this is like a super something, give it like a super something. I think you have to pay for this. And then this is the share button. So all of these, right? These are just icon buttons, whereas this is, I don't know, an icon button with some text. And this is a bunch of icons here, icon buttons with some text here. Okay. So let's go ahead and see what we can do. So I'm going to start off with a container so that I can put some stuff inside. We're going to make it first, and we're going to put this inside. This container does not need to be so big. Let's make the height 20, and then the width is going to be also fixed. So I'm going to remove the width. I'm going to let it wrap the contents. And so now inside, let's do an icon button, and we want to wrap it in a row. And this is going to come first, something like this. And this is too big, 20. Let's do the icon size 15. And obviously it's going to be, this is fill color is white. The icon itself is going to be black, and it's going to be a different icon. So it's an arrow, up arrow. I'm sure we'll find. Well, it's a different arrow. I don't know if we have that error. Let's see if I can find it. Arrow. This. Maybe this. No. Anything similar? We have font awesome. Well, font awesome is actually kind of nice. How about this one? Icon button. Make it smaller. If I do 25, do 45, 40, 35, 10. Okay. So there needs to be a nice. Is it 20? No. Do you see? It needs to be kind of like 40. And then I can do 20. Now we're getting into the container height. Okay. All right. So I think that looks starting to kind of come together. Let's put this button first. We're going to need text, and this icon button. So this is going to have the text, and the text needs to be a little bit bigger. Let's do 16, 18, something like this. This is going to be the number of upvotes, or the votes total. Right? And the thing about these posts here, they cannot go below 0. So something to keep in mind. They could be 0, or I think it's 1 or 0. They cannot be negative. And so this is total votes here. And then what we need to do is we need to have this little divider and then a down. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to duplicate this, put it below it, and I'm going to find a down button. Circle down, right? Is that the one? Oh, I mixed it up. In fact, this one is probably cooler. Let's do circle this one. I like this one better, and this is circle down. Alt arrow, alt circle up, arrow, alt circle down. This. All right. And I mean, definitely we want it to be together. Right? This icon button and text, it needs to be closer together. And so this is a question. Yeah. Okay. So this is maybe even 35. Okay. There's no padding, nothing like that. It's just pure size. Okay. So let's leave it like this for now. And now we need a divider. Can we find a divider? Let me go ahead and duplicate this, and let's see. Well, this is just an icon. This is not an icon button. So I'm just going to use an icon, icon here, and let's see if we can get a divider. Horizontal. Oh, we have these dividers. Not horizontal, vertical divider. So something like this. Do we have a solid one? Let's see if we have a solid one. About font awesome. Vertical. Oh, you have this. About vert. I think vert is something like this. And you know what? This is a container, so we need to give it a border. I'm gonna give a border with a 1. Border color is gonna be this really light gray, something like this, and with rounded corners. That's too faint. Something happened with our border over there. Let's give it a little bit of padding. See what happened? Okay, we'll have to take a look at that. But I really want to fix this first. I really want to fix this padding is an issue for me. Border radius. What's the border? This icon has a border radius. The width, I'm gonna do 30, and I kind of need to play around with container. Okay, if we remove the height, okay, it's because of the height. It's because of the height, and yeah, it's because it's too big inside of it, right? Yeah, okay, let's make it a little bit smaller. Now it's gonna height with nothing. If I expand it, it works. Okay, so it's something with the width. Right? So if we go to this container and we do something like this, let's go ahead and fix this. You see how it pushes into it. Let me see this. This is our container row. Let's give the row a little bit of padding. Okay, there we go. That's starting to look better. Now it has space. Okay, perfect. Because now this row has padding. You see that? And it's able to do that. Because if you remove the padding, you're going to have issues. So if I remove the padding, it just pushes it into it. So if we give it just a little bit of padding, even 2, we're good. We don't need a lot of padding. In fact, we probably can get away with just one pixel. No, 1 pixel is too little. Okay. All right, let me go ahead and run this and see how this looks. See what's up with this. Let's go ahead and run this and see what we have so far. All right, so here's our app. This is what we see when we run it, okay? Now, when you start it for the first time and nothing shows, sometimes what might happen is you want to set list view here, right? You want to set it as expansion and you can turn off shrink wrap. When you do that, it should load fine. And this is kind of what we see. Now, we have a bunch of issues here that we need to fix, but at least some things are showing up correctly. We even have, some icons here, some stuff. First, I want to make sure that this number is next to this, okay? So there's some issue here. You want to make sure that this one is next to it like this, okay? So that's going to be next to this. We still have a couple small alignment issues, but we're going to be fixing that, okay? So that's the first thing that we fix. We can refresh it and hopefully it will be fixed now, okay? So now it kind of looks good, looks much better. And the other thing is that, well, this one is not full, right? So we need to expand the width of this button, okay? So if we come to this button, we can change it, right? We can even remove the width altogether. That's going to expand it automatically. Okay, so now it looks good. It looks a lot better. The only issue that's left is this right here. It is overflowing. Let me double check what's going on over here. So if we come over here, this row, I thought we had it as expanded. Let me double check. And so what you need to do is you want to come to text and you want to mark it as expanded inside the row. And now if you reload it, it should no longer have this overflow. And you also want to do this for the other one as well, so that neither of them is going to have this overflow. So now it looks good. It looks good. This looks good. This looks good. There's a lot of padding that we need to fix. So this text does not have a padding, but I think the row does. So as you can see, the row has a padding of 10. And what we can do is we can just set the padding. Well, we want the padding. In fact, if we take a look, we can just set it on the column level. Well, the column is going to pad it. Let me set it on the column level. So if I do a 10 on the column level, that's going to be a lot better. Now we don't have to do it on this level. We can just remove it here, and it's going to be a little bit more streamlined. Okay, in fact, probably too much streamlined. So what we want to do is we want to do a little bit of padding, maybe 5. The bottom, there's no padding needed here. This row no longer needs a padding. This is going to look a lot better. And then this row, no, it might need a little bit of separation, something like this. Let's see how this. So that looks a lot better, right? It's a lot more clean. This height, this is too high, right? This is too high, and as you can see, it's because of these icons, right? The size of the icon. We need to fix it. I'm gonna fix that a little bit later. We're gonna come back to it, but overall, looks kind of cool. There's some padding on the top that I do want to fix. It's actually the column. Yeah, it's the column. It's the padding on the column. And in fact, what we can do is we can just do padding 5, something like this, even 10, and not worry about the top, something like this. Let's see how this looks. Because as you can see, it's kind of all squished. There's not a lot of padding. Maybe there's just a couple of pixels. That looks a lot better. You see, it's almost flush with the top. And here, well, we do need padding here. Let me fix this padding for the bottom row. Column. Well, let's do it on the column level. We can do it on the card level. Yeah, let's do it on the column. Let's do something like 2 and 2, 5 and 5, and then and so now this column is gonna be a lot better. And in fact, this is better, I think, than doing it on the card level, because that kind of pushes the stuff out. Now we have some padding, and we have a little bit of padding. Okay, so that looks kind of cool. That looks really good. And let's go ahead and display the second part, which is the comments. And then we'll do these ones as well. So let's go ahead and do the comments. So this container is the vote. So I'm just gonna make it. And what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna duplicate it, and I'm going to fix it up. So this is now comments. Okay, and this is going to be a lot simpler. We are going to remove this one. We're going to remove this one. And we're going to rename this icon button to the comment, something like chat. We have something like, yeah, I mean, we can use, and this is going to be the number of comments. It's a little bit, yeah, it needs a little bit of padding. Okay, that looks better. And between them, it needs a little bit of padding between them. So I'm going to do it on this level. I'm going to say to the right 10. And so this is going to be the number of comments. Do we have that in the view? So what we need to do is we need to come back to our Supabase and we need to modify the view. We need to come back here and, well, in fact, what we can do is we can come back to our table this one, come back here, and what we can do is we can open this in SQL editor and do this. We can just change it. We can say something like add a field, what do we have, comments, which is the number of comments for the specific post. Okay, let's go ahead and run that and let's see if it's able to figure it out. Okay, so there it is. Do we have comments? Let me go ahead and take a look at my tables. I do have comments. Okay, so perfect. Okay, now we have comments. So total votes as comments count. Okay, we have number of comments. We already have the view. Okay, so what we need to do is we need to drop it. We need to edit in SQL, create new snippet. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to drop it. I'm going to drop it and I'm going to redo it. Drop view and we're going to redo it. There it is. Come back here, top post, and where's our comments? Total votes, post ID, comment name. Where is our community ID, description, post ID, total votes, comments. That's what we have. We have comment count, right? Or whatever it's called. So we have that now. Let's go ahead and refresh our schema. And now we have our comments. You can just search. It's just comments. It's not. So if you click the definition, you can see that as comments, this count as comments. And that's it. It's not even comments count. Okay, so now we have comments. It should be like one comment, I think. Because we have 2 comments for post 3 and 1 comment for post 1. Okay, let's go ahead and refresh this. We have 1 comment here, and these are all post 1. Okay. And then no comments here. So we don't have post 3. Okay. So we're not even showing post 3. It's probably in another community that's not being recommended to us. And that is what we have right now. Okay. So the UI looks pretty good. We need to do the logic a little bit, but right now the UI is starting to look pretty decent to me. Now, the next thing that we want to work on is the logic. And so the logic is going to be fairly simple. You can upvote a post, or you can downvote it, okay? And that's pretty much it, right? And so the idea here is that if the user tries to upvote, we need to first check if the user has already upvoted, right? Or they already voted on it, right? And so if they already upvoted, we can't do anything. We shouldn't be doing anything. If they already downvoted, then we're going to switch the vote by updating this from 1 to -1 or from -1 to 1. And that's pretty much it. Now, if there's no record, we're going to insert a brand new record. Okay. And so let's go ahead and do this right now. So we're going to start with the upvoting logic. So we're going to add an action, untap. We're going to start with a query rows. And the table we want to query is votes, right? We're going to do votes. And the filters that we want, well, we need to first see if this user has, user ID and the post ID. That's what we're looking for, right? If they already, did something to that post. So we're going to start with the user ID equals to authenticated user and filter post ID is equal to this post. We have this post ID here. Okay. And now let's go ahead and open this up so it's easier. So we're going to do that right here. We're going to see if there's already a record. Okay. Next, we're going to create a conditional. We're going to see what's happening. Okay. So if there's results, right? If we are getting values, and before that we need an output. So I don't know, action out. And so we need to check if there's some rows, right? And typically you're going to see one row, right? It's either going to be an upvote or a downvote. We're going to come back here and we're going to say, okay, action out it wants a condition. So what we're going to do is we're going to create a condition first, single condition, and then we're going to go into action out and we're going to say number of items is greater than 0. Greater than 0 is set. Yeah, that's the best way to see greater than 0. That means there's something going on. So if it's true, then we're going to see what's happening, right? If it's the same thing, we're not going to do anything, right? If it's a different one, then we're going to do, right? We're going to look at this vote type. If the vote type is different, we're going to switch the vote type. We're going to update it. Now, if there's no record, we need to create the record. So let's go ahead and create the record right here. Insert row, and let's go ahead and get all the fields except these two. Post ID, we have the post ID. Now here, we don't have any comments, right? We're looking at a post. So we're going to skip comment for now. And let's go ahead and set the other ones. This is this user ID and vote type. So vote type is going to be, you know, what they're doing, right? So right now this is an upvote. So it's going to be 1, right? Because they're clicking on an upvote. Now this one is a little bit more complicated, right? So the idea here is that we have a record, but we need to make sure that this is the opposite. And so what we need to do here is we need to see what the record is. So we're going to be creating another conditional here. Okay. I'm going to add a conditional so that we can see if it's a different record. We're only going to take action if it's a different type. So this is type 1. And so what we need to do is we need to see what the output is. Okay. We're going to go to our action out. We're going to get the first item, right? There's only going to be like 1 item, right? Because that's the maximum. We're going to get not first few items. We're going to get item at index first. Okay. And what we want to do is we want to see if we want to get the row field and we want to get the type, voter type. So we got the existing vote and we want to see if it's equal to 1. Okay, or not equal to 1. So if it's not equal to 1, we're going to modify it. If it's equal to 1, we're not going to do anything because this is 1. And so we want to make sure that it's not equal to 1. Okay, because they're upvoting the same post again. And so if it's not equal to 1, we are going to go ahead and update it as to 1 because they are switching it from a downvote to an upvote, right? So we're going to do an update row. We're going to do votes. We're going to find matching rows by the ID of that row. And we have this action out. Not first few items. It's item at index. First, we're going to get the ID. We're going to find it. And then we're going to set the field. And so we're going to be setting type, vote type to 1 because it's not -1. We want it to set to 1. Otherwise, if it's 1, we don't really need to do anything. Okay. A little bit more complicated. And that's about it. So let's go ahead and double check. We do a query. If there's results, we check. If it's not -1, meaning that it's -1. Here we can set to -1 even, right? We can set to -1, right? Because that's what we're looking for. If it's equal to -1, which means it's a downvote, we want it to update. Okay. So here, let's go ahead. What I like to do sometimes is I like to label these, right? So current vote is a downvote. Okay. Otherwise, no votes here, right? This one is no votes, no existing votes. And here we're going to flip the vote, right? Go from downvote to upvote. Okay. So that looks good. Let's go ahead and test it out. Very, very important to test it out. And so now if I run my app and I click here, nothing is happening, right? Because I am the one that has upvoted, right? This is my vote right here. Now, if we click over here, we need to downvote it, right? So this needs to be switched to -1. So if I refresh it, nothing is happening. Okay. So there's an issue somewhere. And well, the issue is simple. We don't have an action connected to this. And so now let's go ahead and test it out like this. Let's say I set this to -1. And now I should be able to upvote it. Okay, let's go ahead and refresh it. So now we have -1. So I downvoted. Now it's set to 2. It should not be set to 2. It should be set to 0. Let me see what's going on over here. So we're looking at this top post and you see comment. Yeah, total votes. It's not total votes. That's incorrect. It should be like the aggregate of votes, right? Total votes is 2. But this is incorrect. So we need to fix the query. All right. So I went ahead and modified our view to display the correct data. Okay. And so the thing here is that it's important to keep in mind is that we are looking at post IDs 3, 2, and 3, right? There's no post ID 1. Because that's in a group where, you know, neither of us are subscribed to. Okay. So when I log in, I am seeing these 2 posts, right? These 2. And this is post ID 2 and 3. And if we go into votes, you can see that post ID 2 doesn't even exist. So it was never voted on. And so as a result, it's 0. And this one has 1. Okay. And it was upvoted by somebody else. Okay. This post right here, this post ID 3. If we go over here, post ID 3, this EV versus ICE. Okay. And so because it's 1, right, it was upvoted by somebody else, I should be able to upvote it. Okay, because there's no record. Okay, so if I click over here, I should be able to upvote, and as a result, let's go ahead and refresh it. It's creating another record, right? So somebody upvoted it before me, another user, and now I upvoted it, and now it has 2. Okay, and I should be able to downvote, and that will bring it back to 1. I should not be able to upvote it again. Okay, so if I click here, nothing happens. Nothing happens here. Okay, because there's already a record of me doing it. This record right here. Okay, I should be able to downvote it. And the downvoted logic is the same thing. We just don't have it. But let's go ahead and copy it. It's pretty much, it's very similar. Copy action chain, come back here, paste action, or come back here, untap. All right, now let's go ahead and fix it up. And so now we have a bunch of errors. So we need to fix it. And so now we're downvoting it, right? So we're trying to see if it's the same thing, except now I think this needs to be equals to 1, right? Because if it's equal to 1, then we wanna change it, right? We're gonna be changing it here. We're gonna be setting it to -1, and this thing needs to be equal to 1. And yeah, so the issue is this action output, out copy. That's what we need. Out copy item at index, first item, and we need to get row field, and we need to get type. So if type is equal to 1, which means that it was upvoted before, so current vote is upvote. We want to go from an upvote to downvote. So it's the reverse, to downvote, up to down. And so this one, yeah, this is correct. Now, yeah, so pretty much we need to change this and this. Everything else is the same, except this is now a downvote. We just basically switch it around. And we have a couple of errors. Yeah, so this thing is a copy, or 2. Let's do 2. Let's do out 2. Number of items greater than 0. And what's the other error? Matching rows, right? Yeah, ID is equal to action output to ID. I think that should do it. Okay, let's go ahead and see if it checks. This should be fine. Let's go ahead and refresh it. And so now when we run it, this thing needs to change. So when I downvote it, this is gonna be -1, and it is 0 because it's -1, and I downvoted and somebody upvoted, right? So it goes to 0, which is correct, I guess. And so if I upvote it, it becomes 2, because now this is 1 and this is 1. So that's 2. Now this is an interesting behavior, because initially it was +1 and it was nothing. So it's 1. If I upvote it, it becomes 2. But if I downvote it, it's almost like I'm removing 2. Anyway, we'll see how it behaves on the Reddit app. But right now, I'm just going to leave it as is. Let's go ahead and see the comments here, okay? So with comments, let's take a look. So we have this post ID 3. It has 2 comments, okay? So it has the parent comment, and it has a comment replying to the parent comment. We're not displaying the comments here because we're just displaying the post. But we have the 2 comments here, okay? And so the idea here is that if we click here, we should write a comment. Okay, we should write a comment. Obviously, if we click here, we're going to see the whole thing. But here, we should be able to write like a top level comment. Okay, and so the idea is we click here, it pops up this kind of dialog box, and we can leave a top level comment, right? With the parent comment being null. Let's just do that. And then we're going to have a different flow. When they click on it, they're going to see the whole thing, and they can reply to individual comments. We're going to have kind of the indentation, with the, you know, the inner comments, you kind of comments replying to comments. We're going to indent all that. We're going to do really cool things. But right now, what I want to do is I want to create a component that pops up and letting them leave a comment. Okay. Let's go ahead and do that. I'm just going to create a new component. that will let them enter a comment. Let's see if there is something that's already available that we can use, something similar. So maybe this is nice and simple. Leave comment, add comment, nice and easy. And let's just do this. Okay, this is going to be our, I don't know, our image, our avatar. We're going to pull that up later, and this is going to just leave a comment. And we need to pass a couple of things because we're going to be leaving a comment. We need the post ID. We have the user ID, and that's it. We just need to pass the post ID. Okay. So let's go ahead and add a parameter. I'm just going to add a post ID parameter. That's all we really need. This is an integer. It's required. And here we're just going to pop it up. So this thing is going to open this show bottom sheet, and background color is going to be white. And we're going to select a component, add comment. This is required. We're going to pass the value of the post ID. We have the post ID right here. That's going to pop it up. And let's go ahead and leave a comment and then close itself. Right, we're going to enter. I'm just going to say this comment or post. We can just leave it as post. And let's go ahead and do this. So this is going to do an insert row, comments. Let's go ahead and do that. We don't need this. This is going to be null. We don't need that. We just need this. Post ID is the parameter. User ID is the authenticated user, and content is, and then we want to close it, right? So I'm going to come in here, dismiss bottom sheet, dismiss itself. That's pretty much it. And then we want to just, display we want this thing to update, which it should automatically. Let's go ahead and do that. Okay. Now, if you click over here, we have this. It's a little too high because it's not limited, right? We can basically come over here and set the limit. Let's say height is, I don't know, 200 pixels, something like that. Click here. Okay. That's much better. It still has some space. We'll fix that later. This is a test comment for EV versus ICE. And now we have 3 comments. If you come over here, we have another comment, and for post ID, we have 3 comments. Okay. And this is null, which is a top level comment. Looks good. We just need to figure out what the right behavior is for this, because it shouldn't go from 0 to 2. I think it should be by default 1. It should never go below 1. I don't think you can set a 0. I don't remember, but that would be one way to fix it, right? If it's 0, just set it to 1. So that way, you can make it 2, but you can't make it 0. It's always going to be 1. So that is one thing that we can do. Why don't we just do that? Total votes, and I'm just going to come in here. I'm just going to do it here. And what I'm going to do is, I'm going to do a condition. Conditional value. If this is, let's do a condition. Paste this. If total votes is equal to 0, set it total votes, or in fact, if total votes is greater than 0, we just set it as total votes. Otherwise, we are going to set it to 0 because 1. I think this is what we want to do. Let's go ahead and refresh that. And so that way it's always going to be 1 regardless, because it's weird to go from 2 to 0, right? So 0, now it's 1. Now it's 2. Now it's 1. Okay, that looks pretty cool. Okay, 2, 1. Okay, and so now this works and this works. Now, one thing I realized here is that there's a couple of things going on. If we upvote something, we're going to add a point. But if we click again, we remove that upvote. And then when we downvote, we remove a point. Okay, so if you upvote something and it goes from, it goes to some point, when you downvote it, you basically remove that point. And so here we have this 2 votes. Now, this is because I voted and somebody else voted. Now, if I downvote, it goes to 0, and that is the correct behavior. Okay. Not only do I remove my vote, but I also downvote. But there's another thing that should be happening, and that is the fact that if I upvoted to 2, I want to remove my upvote. I don't want to necessarily downvote. This is something that Reddit does as well, right? So there's another scenario here. And so I should be able to click here. That's going to remove my upvote, and it's going to go back to 1 where it was initially. Okay. Because this not only removes my upvote, but it also adds a downvote. okay? And so what we need to do is we need to have an ability. So if I already upvoted, I need to click on this again, or I can click on this again, and that's going to remove my vote, and that's going to bring this back to 1, okay? So this is actually fairly easy to do. We're going to come over here, load up our actions. And here we're trying to check if the initial vote is a downvote. So that means when you upvote, this works. But here we can have another flow. So if the initial vote is not -1, which means it's +1, which means I already voted, basically I upvoted it before, we need to delete that, because when I click on it again, on that upvote, and it's already upvoted, we need to delete that record. And so here what we can do is we can add an action that's going to go ahead and delete things, right? Delete the row. We're going to go ahead and delete the row in the votes, and we're going to do matching rows. ID is equal to whatever the ID was there. We're going to click over here. We're going to load up action. This is action out, and we're going to get the item at index first, and we're going to get the ID, right? Because this is this action, this is that votes table. And so what we need to do is we need to delete it, okay? And we are working with action out. Action out 2 is the other flow, okay? And so the idea here is that if we find records and vote type is -1, which means that I initially downvoted, right? I downvoted. And now I upvoted, we need to update it. Otherwise, we can just delete it. So let's go ahead and see if this works. Go ahead and rebuild our app. Okay. So let's go ahead and take a look at our database right here. So this EV cars, this is post ID 3, I believe, right? So if you take a look here, we can see that this thing has 2 votes and 1 and 1, and that is why it's 2. And so that means I already voted, right? This is me voting. So if I click here, I should remove my vote, right? So I just remove my vote and it's back to 1. So now the record should be deleted here, right? Let's go ahead and refresh it. And now that record is deleted. So for post ID 3, we only have 1 vote. This is from another person. And so now I'm looking at it. I didn't vote yet. I can downvote it. And when I downvote it, it goes to 0. And that is normal behavior. You can have 0 as the minimum. You cannot go below 0 when it comes to posts. On comments, you can go below 0, right? You know, people have -20, -30, points on their comments, but on posts, you cannot. And so now I'm going to have a record here, right? So if you refresh this, as you can see, so now if you take a look at 3, this one and this one, second and fourth, you can see that, somebody else upvoted it and I downvoted, right? So I can't downvote it, but potentially I can click here and remove my downvote, but that's another flow we're going to fix in a second. And so now I can come here and I can upvote again. Okay. And that's obviously going to be removing my downvote and creating an upvote. And so the next thing that we need to do is we need to have this logic for this as well, right? So if I remove my upvote, I can downvote, but now I want to remove my downvote, and I can't do that because we don't have that logic. That is also very simple to do. We're going to come back here. We're going to open this up, and right here, we need to do a delete. So I'm going to add an action. We're going to say delete rows. I'm going to come over here. This is going to be votes, and we are going to matching rows. We're going to do ID equals to, and then this is going to be action out 2 and item at index first, and we want to get the ID. Okay. And so I'm basically deleting it. Okay, I'm deleting my, initial downvote, right? So vote type is equal to 1. We update it to -1. But if vote type is not equals to 1 and I'm clicking downvote, we need to remove that row. We're not going to be updating anything. We just need to remove it. Okay. Let's go ahead and rebuild our app. Now you can see this behavior. All right, here we are. So let's take a look and see what's happening here. Let me go ahead and refresh it. So that is what we have. So as you can see, this is the first user, they upvoted and I downvoted. So now I want to remove my downvote. I click here and it's back to 1. And it's just as though I've never voted, like I hadn't voted for this, right? This is how I'm seeing for the first time. And so now I can upvote it. It becomes 2. And I can remove my upvote. It becomes 1 again. I can downvote it or I can't remove my downvote. Okay, it goes back to initial state. That is the right behavior. And so now the other thing that we need to do is we need to have some kind of a different color if this has already been done, right? I think Reddit marks it as red, so that you see that you already upvoted. And if you click that again, it deletes the row and it comes back. So let's go ahead and do that here as well. So if we come to this icon button, we can change the icon color. So I can come over here and I can do conditional. And what I can do is I can say if, and then I need to decide what I want to do, right? I need to see if there's actually a record. And so for that, what we're going to do, we're going to load up a record. And so one way that we can do it is we can set up this database query on this container. It's always a good idea to do it on containers because they encapsulate this stuff here. So I'm going to go ahead and add a query. I'm going to do a Supabase query, and we're going to be searching for our votes. And we can only vote once, right? We can either upvote or downvote, okay? So it's going to be a single row. We're going to set up our filter. We're going to say we're going to have a filter on post ID and a filter on user ID equal to, this is also equal to, post ID is right here and user ID is authenticated user, okay? So now we're going to get our vote, if there's any, right? We're going to get this. And so now we can come over here to this icon button, and what we can do is we can do an if condition on this color, right? We can do something like this, and I'm going to do a conditional if then else. So if something, what is that something? Well, if there is an upvote, right? So we're going to come over here. This is our votes row. And what we need to do is we need to see if vote type is equals to 1. Right? That means there's an upvote already. So that means that, displayed in a certain color. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a condition, single condition, and I'm going to go to this and I'm going to say vote type and then equals to 1. Okay. That means I already voted it. And so go ahead and make this red. The red, well, error. Yeah. Okay. Do that. Otherwise make it black. Okay. So that's what we have for icon color. Okay, let's go ahead and see if that works. Let's go ahead and rebuild our app. Okay, so as you can see, I already voted here, but I did not vote here. So if I vote here, you see it's red. If I click again, it's reset because we delete that row. It's not there anymore. So if I do that, it's voted. So this is a much nicer flow. And let's go ahead and do the same thing for this one. I'm going to go ahead and copy it and I'm going to go do the same thing for this icon color. Paste it. Now it's going to be -1. Pretty much the same thing, except it's -1. Go ahead and rebuild our app. All right. Here's what we have. Now, if I click on here, it resets it. And if I click here, guess what? It's now set as a downvote. And so now I should have a vote here, right? It refresh. This is my vote here. I have these are the 2 votes for this, right? So I download it. But if I click here, guess what happens? It removes this vote and it adds this vote. So this is the right behavior. It goes from 0 to 2 because this is what happens when you downvote. It goes here. Okay. And same thing here, except it cannot be -1. It can never be -1. So that is something we need to fix. Okay. By default, it's at 0, which is correct. But when I do a downvote, it cannot go to -1. That is just the Reddit rule. So that is something that we need to fix as well. And we can easily do that by checking what's happening, right? So we have this total votes. If total votes is, less than 0, display 0. So I'm going to copy this variable and remove this. We're going to do a conditional. Actually, I'm going to do a condition here and then I'm going to paste. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to say if it's less than 0, okay, otherwise just have the whole thing. Or we can do it the other way. Maybe this is better. If it's greater than or equal to 0, then just paste the whole thing, right? Whatever we have. Otherwise, if it's less than 0, it's 0. It should never be less than 0. I think the reason they did that is because they don't want people posting maybe, questions that are not relevant and have people downvote them, to the infinity, right? Like you can do with comments. I think that's the reason they did it, but I don't know. I don't know the actual reason. Okay. So now, as you can see, it's already downvoted, but it's still 0. So if I remove my downvote, it's still 0, which is the standard, which is what it was originally, right? Now, if I upvote, it becomes 1. I removed it, it becomes 0. But if I downvote it, it's still 0. And that is the correct behavior. Right? If I do that here, this is not going below 0 because there is another upvote. So even if I downvote, it's still going to be 0. But if I do this, it's 2, 1, now they're all 0, but there's another upvote here. Okay. So that is the correct flow for this specific, functionality. Now, the next thing that I want to work on is the post view. Okay. So if you take a look at our screenshots over here, we have the main, homepage view, and here we have the post view. So if I click on any of these posts, let's say I click on this post, this is what I would see, right? So the top part is exactly the same as here, right? Except you also see the poster. And that's the only change, right? You see the poster. But when we go down, we see the thread of posts here, okay? And so we're gonna duplicate this page, and we're going to just display the post, and then below it, we're going to display a list of comments for that post. Now, what's interesting here is that there is a threaded view. Okay. So this is a top level post here, and this is a reply, right? So it's like on one level, you can say. So this is a reply to this post, and there's a little bit of this indent here, right? Indentation. And so I want to do that as well. And in order to kind of simplify that, what I ended up doing was I created the view that lists the comments, and it also provides the depth. Okay. So if it's 0, it's a top level. If it's 1, it's a reply to the top level. So like 1 level. And then 2, it's a reply to another comment, which is a reply to a post. Okay. So I created this, this view here, using ChatGPT. This is kind of how it looks. It has this recursive element here. And of course, I'm going to be making all of this available through our amazing, to our amazing Patreon subscribers. But if you're not a subscriber, you can just pause the video and grab the view here, or just use ChatGPT or Supabase AI to create this view. Okay. And so now what we can do is we can simply grab the comments here, display them. And depending on the depth, we can create the specific look that we're going for. Okay. So let's go ahead and create the screen here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to duplicate the homepage view. I'm going to say duplicate this, and I'm going to say this is a post view. Okay. And of course, you know, this is going to be like a detail view, right? So we're going to be expecting some parameters passed in, right? Which is going to be the post ID. That's pretty much it, right? So I'm going to say page parameter. I'm going to say post ID right here. This is an integer. It's required. And this thing will not be shown on the nav bar, right? It does not need to be on the nav bar because it's a detail view. Okay. And so now what we're going to do is, we're also going to modify a couple of things here. So this list view here, we don't really need the list view anymore, right? This is going to be more of a kind of one element. And so what we can do here is we can go to this list view and we can create a filter. We can just say, okay, now we want to get this, but this is going to be a single row. And what do we have the filter? The filter is going to be not user ID. It's going to be by the post now, right? Because we're not looking at recommended posts. We're looking at a specific post. So post ID equal to, and then this is going to be this parameter over here. Okay. And so we can leave this list view. That's fine. It just has one element. That's fine. And that is kind of what we have here. This is nice. And then we can even collapse this. And then below it, we are going to have the comments view. So let's go ahead and take a look at this comments view here. Let's go ahead and find our comments. These are our comments. So now we're going to be doing this right here. Okay. And so what we can do is let's take a look. Let's just see what we can do. And so this is basically a list of cards, right? We're going to have another list view here, but this time we're going to have multiple items, another list view here. And what I'm going to do is I am going to make this list view, I'm going to make it expandable so that it expands fully. Okay. And that way, it's going to take up, as much space as it needs. Okay. And if it's big, it's going to take up a lot more space. And this one does not really need expand anymore. We can do something like this, right? Optional expansion. If it needs it, fine, but typically it's not going to need it. Okay. And so now we want to refresh our Supabase because we have a new view. This is this comment depth view, our special comment view. And we're going to feed it here at query, Supabase query, comment depth view, list of rows. And we need a filter by the post ID, which is a parameter right here, confirm. And now we're gonna set them up, right? So I'm gonna start with a card. Then I'm gonna do a bunch of rows. Well, I'm gonna do a column. Then I'm gonna do rows. And there's like 1, 2, 3, right? 3 rows, I would say. So let's go ahead and do 3 rows. This is our indent, right? This is gonna be our indent, which is like a padding on the left. So if it's 1 level, it's gonna be like, 1 pixel or 5 pixels. If it's 2 levels is going to be maybe 10 pixels, etc., etc. So having this field makes it super easy for us. Okay. So let's go ahead and fill all of this out. So we're going to have text. We're going to have 2 texts or 3 texts actually. Well, image and 2 texts. Image is going to be first. Image is going to be like 20 by 20 or something. And then we are going to give them a little bit of padding. Okay, so let's do an image, a right padding of 10. Text is going to have a little bit of padding of 10. And that's it. And I also want to do the padding on the card level, which would be nice. So let's do a padding of 10. Generally speaking, maybe 5. Okay, I think 5 is better. And we can also do a padding on the column, so that it gives us this really nice effect. Okay, so something like this. And that looks pretty good. That looks pretty good. Let's go ahead and do the second row. We're going to have text. Now this text is going to be expanded so that it wraps. It does not, there's no overflow. And this is going to be our main content, the post content. And then here, we are going to have all of these, right? Reply, all of these things, right? This counter, the upvote, the number of points, the downvote, stuff like that. So I'm going to create a text right here. Okay. And I'm going to align this row left aligned. Okay. Because we're going to put a bunch of things in there. So I'll do that in a second. But right now, what I want to do is I want to fill this out, right? So we have the list view. Let's go ahead and start with, the username. So I don't know if you have the username. So if we go to our list view, we do not have the username because we need not just the comment information, but also the user right here. So I'm going to go ahead and fetch that, but I don't know if we have the username at all. We might have the email. So I'm just going to use email for now because username is going to be stored elsewhere. So let's go ahead and jump to our Supabase and let's go ahead and modify this view so that we get the poster. So if you take a look at this comment, we have the user ID, but we need, just the user email, a bunch of other things. So I'm going to go to our definition. I'm going to open our API, this assistant here. And I'm going to say modify the view by adding the user information such as email. What else do we need? Let's take a look. So we need the username, the post, the comment. We have, I think, comment when it was updated, right? Yeah, we have created that. That's fine. So we have all of this. We just don't have the avatar. That's fine. And we also need the votes. In fact, yeah, we are storing it, right? It's being stored here in the votes, right? There's a comment ID. So that's where it's being stored. So yeah, that's fine. And so what we need to do is we need to pull that vote information as a sum, as an aggregate of that. So we'll do that in a second. So let's go ahead. Let's do one by one. So we have this comment depth view, modify the comment depth view by adding the user information email. Okay, let's see if it's able to do that. Okay, yeah, it's going to join on the auth users. So it's updating. So it looks like it's updating the wrong view here. Okay, let me go ahead and fix that. Let me go ahead and copy that. Let's see if that works. There it is. Okay, so now it's looking at it and it's going to join with that other users table, right? So if we take a look here, it should join with the auth users, right? So it's joining on the auth users and then it can pull it up. So let's go ahead and run this. Go ahead and refresh that. And now we have the email. Okay. So at least we have the user email. Okay. Let me go ahead and refresh this. Come back here and now we can display them correctly. Okay. Let's go ahead and see what we're going to be displaying here. And we are going to be displaying all of these things here. So we have this. Go ahead and move this over here. So we have the image. We're going to display the email just for now. You can just type email because we have it. In fact, what I can do is I can just write email. Now we know what the field is. Next, we have the, when it was created. So we can type created at, and what I like to do is this, and I like to do relative. Next, we have the actual comment body. content. And then we have the different votes. We don't have them yet. We're going to do that. But right now, what I want to do is I want to set it up, right? So we have the upvote button, we have the number, and we have the downvote button. So let's go ahead and do that. Icon button, go ahead and duplicate it. Let's start with let's move this in the middle. Let's start with this one and 12, I think that's better. Maybe 30. Okay, that's better. Okay, let's leave it with this. What is that? 30 and 12, 30 and 12. And let's go ahead and change it to an arrow down. I like these ones. Up and down. So arrow up, I like this. And obviously we need to change it, right? Color, fill color, no fill color, icon color is black, and we need to make it bigger, obviously. We'll do that in a second. Arrow down, icon color is black, make it a little bit bigger, and we need to make sure that it is centered. Okay, that is fine. And we need to do the same thing here, 20 and 40. Let's do 40, let's do 20. And that looks decent. That actually doesn't look bad. This is going to be a number, obviously, and this is going to be the number of votes. We're going to do that. But right now, let's take a look and see how we can do that padding. Okay, so if you come over here, you see you can't do padding dynamically. Okay, you can do it here, but this is gonna do padding everywhere, right? Is that what we want? I mean, it can be an option. Let's try it this way. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go into our code expression. I just want to show you how this is gonna be done. We're going to be passing a parameter, and this is going to be our parameter right here. And then we're going to take this depth and we're going to multiply it by some, maybe by 2. So it's like multiply the depth by 2. See if that works. Confirm. So when depth is 0, the padding is going to be 0. When depth is 2, the padding is going to be, when depth is 1, the padding is going to be 2. When depth is 2, the padding is going to be 4. Maybe something like that. Maybe just return depth or let's just leave it depth multiplied by 2. And that way you're going to be able to see it because the padding is going to increase. All right. Let's go ahead and run this. Well, let's go ahead and change it. This is our post view, and there's nothing in here. There's nothing. We have a bunch of things here. But here is just an X to navigate back. And so, let's see, maybe we can do that on the app bar. Show default button. So there's going to be a button, and this button is a back arrow, right? Well, yeah, that's kind of what we need. We can do that. We can work with that. Background color. So this is red. Let's make it red for fun. Okay. And then the button, the app bar. Okay. Button color is, and nothing here. Right? Let's go ahead and remove this for now. Just text widget. Okay, let's go ahead and run it and see how it looks. All right, so here's our app. And well, we forgot the link. We forgot the actual navigation. So I'm going to come over here and I'm going to navigate. So what's the navigation? The navigation is, let's do it on the title. Let's do it on the title. So this one right here, let's do navigation. Navigate to post view, pass post ID, and the post ID is right. Okay. Let's go ahead and rebuild our app. All right. There's the app. Now, if I click on that, we are redirected, and there we have it. There we have it. Okay, so let's take a look. Let's see what's happening over here. So we have 4 posts. We have all this. We have Tim here. We have James. And let's take a look at our posts and see what's going on. So as you can see, that padding is there. You see how it's a little narrower. Yeah, it's not enough padding. We need to do a little bit more padding. So it should be multiplied by something. Okay, so let's go ahead and go onto this card. Let's multiply it by 4. All right, we're back here. And as you can see, it's a little bit better. It's a little bit better, but still not kind of what I'm looking for. Okay. You see how there's no padding here and there's a bunch of padding here. Okay. So that's not what we want, right? That's not what we want. We don't want it to be padded everywhere. We want it to be padded, just on the left or maybe even on the right. I think, yeah, just on the left would be enough. And so unfortunately we can't do that, but there's something else that we can do. What we can do is we can take this card and we can wrap it in a row and we can create another container that increases in size, right? And kind of pushes it over. Okay. So let me show you what I mean. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to wrap this in a row. Okay. So now we have a row. Okay. And right away, it's limiting it, right? Because of how the row is set up. Okay. And so what we're going to do is we're going to create a container that's going to come before it. And this container is going to expand it or not expand it, right? And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to set up my constraints. The card is going to be maxed out. Okay, and this container, well, it depends on us, because right now width is 100. If width is 50, you see how it's going to limit it, right? I'm going to remove the height. But if I have the width, let's say 100, you see how it pushes it out. And so the goal here is to set a width that will, depend on the depth. Okay, so we're going to come over here. In fact, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to this card, and I removed the padding. And so I'm going to go back here, and I'm going to set up my width. I'm going to do a code expression. I'm going to pass our depth. I'm going to come over here. This is going to be depth. And what do we want to do? Let's do 10. Depth times 10. Okay, that's going to be the width. I think that may be too much. Maybe do 5. And so if we have, if it's 5, you're going to see this is going to push all of this that way. Okay, because this thing is going to be maxed out. So it's going to take the most space, but this thing is going to depend on what we give it. Okay, so let's go ahead and see how this looks. All right, there we go. Click here. And you see how it's padding it. It's padding it a little bit. These are top level, right? Because Tim and James are top level. But now you have these responses that are being padded. Let's do a little bit more padding. I think let's rebuild this. Click here, and there we have it. Okay, so I think this is fine. Right, because there's not a lot of padding, and if you have a lot of comments, it's gonna, you're not gonna see the other comments. Okay, but if we take a look at our comments over here, you can see that our view. In fact, I'm gonna go ahead and close this for a second. You can see that we have this one comment. Well, if you can be more specific, depth 1. Another reply to the comment, depth 2. And so what I can do is I can reply to this comment. This comment is, let me go ahead and take a look at our comments, excuse me. And I can see that this comment, this is the one that we want to reply to. So that has ID of 5. I'm going to insert a row, and let's say post ID is 3. User ID is Tim, let's say. Well, this is what I want to do. This is what I would. And post ID is 5. I'm responding to a specific comment. I'm going to save that. Then we're going to go ahead and refresh this, and you're going to see another. There it is. And it's even scrollable. So you can even scroll. And one thing that you can do on this first list view is you can remove the expansion, because we don't really need to expand it. This one needs to be expanded. So let's go ahead and see if it works. Okay, click here. And now there's no more scrolling. Okay, so now this one does not expand because we don't need it to expand. It's fairly standard. It only has one item. But this one right here should expand. So one thing that we may do is, I don't know, there's an ad here. So if you want to have ads in your app, you can have an ad in the middle. But what we can do is we can give it a little bit more spacing here or something like that. So let's go ahead and do that right now. You can just do this list view, give it a little bit of spacing on the padding from the top, maybe something like this. All right. If we click over here, you're going to be seeing a little bit of space here. So now it looks pretty clean. And we have this nice kind of, we have this nice padding happening, this indentation. And if we come over here, there's no comments, but we can leave a comment. Remember, we have this and we need to change that. We probably need to remove a lot of this. And so I can say something like, I have some ideas, some good ideas for a healthy food, for healthy. Post that. And now we have a comment. If you click over here, there it is, top level. We still need a way for them to reply, basically add another comment with this as the parent ID. That is something we're going to be doing as well. Next, I want to make sure that we're actually displaying the votes here. So if we come back to Supabase here, I actually went ahead and I created a new view that displays the votes using the same technique as was the case on the homepage, okay? And so with this view, we have the total votes. And as you can see, these two comments, this was an upvote, this was a downvote. And if you take a look, this is post ID 3, post ID 1, and these are the IDs of the comments. And so now if you go into votes, you can see that we have this comment ID 3, comment ID 1, they were voted here. And so what we can do is we can use this view instead. And if you want to see how the view looks like, well, this is the view right here. You can pause your screen and copy this view. And remember, if you're a member of our amazing Patreon community, you're going to get access to this whole database, right? So you can just start using it with all of the schema and everything. But what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go ahead and refresh my app so that we have the new view there. Okay, so here's our new view, comment depth with votes. And we're going to come back here on our post view. We're going to come here and we're going to make sure that we're using this new view. Okay, nothing else should really change because we've just added the field and now we can actually display this field. Let's see. Okay, so it looks like maybe a couple of things have changed. And so it looks like it removed the email, and that's fine. We're going to add that back later. I'm just going to put ID for now. And what I'm going to do is I want to make sure that this is displayed correctly. I don't know the name of it. Let's go ahead and find it. Total votes. Okay, default value is 0. Okay, so that's going to display the number of votes there. And let's go ahead and run this app and see if it works as expected. All right, here's our app. And so on this page, we can see that there was one vote that was upvoted, one comment, right? And if we go back to our database, we can see that here we have the comments, and this was the one that was updated, right? I think it depends on a lot of factors. And there's another one that was downvoted, right? And so if we take a look here, this is post ID 1. We go to our posts. What's a good car to buy? So I don't think we're even seeing this, right? This is not even a post that's being recommended to us, okay? And so that is a recommendation thing. For some reason, it's not being recommended to us, but all the other ones are fine. So if you come over here, you know, if I go ahead and let's say I create a new vote, and let's say I want to vote for this one, right? So let's say another person votes, or, you know, I downvoted, right? So this is, I believe it's post ID 3, is it right? Yeah. What car should I buy? And let's say I downvote, or let's say I put -1. So now if I go ahead and refresh it, that should be downvoted. And on the comments, unlike with the posts, we can display the negative, right? The negative points there, right? So if I go over here, now it's -1, and that's absolutely fine. We don't need any special logic in there. You can display -1. So the only thing that I need to do now is I need to make sure that because we have this record here, we are taking the appropriate precautions, right? We need to add the logic here. We need to add the logic here, and we need to make sure that we are doing the same thing there as we were doing before. Okay, so if you recall, in our home right here, we're doing some important logic here, right? So here, you can do all of that. It's basically looking things up, and depending on what we're doing, it changes things, right? Either updates it, flips the vote, or it deletes the record, or it creates a new vote here. And that is exactly what we're going to be doing. All right, so let's go ahead and do the logic here, which is going to be very, very similar to the logic that we have here, except this time we are looking for a specific comment. Okay, so let's go ahead and copy this action chain, come back to post view. And what I want to do is I want to do the upvote. We're going to come here and we're going to open this up, and we're going to click here. We're going to come over here and we're going to go on top, and we're going to paste this whole thing. And so the idea is we're essentially doing the same thing. The filtering is going to be a little different because we're no longer filtering by user ID. We are filtering by the comment now, right? The comment ID. That's really all we care about. Okay. And so let's take a look. So yeah. So if we take a look at votes here, right? This is our votes right here. What we need to do is we need to find the proper one, right? We need to find this record. And if it doesn't exist, we need to create it, or we need to delete it. But that's kind of what we're dealing with. And we're looking for comments ID, right? So I'm looking just at a specific comment ID because comment IDs are going to be unique everywhere, right? So we're going to say equal to, and we're going to come in here and we're going to see if we can find it to our action outputs. And what is this one? So this one is now, and here we're going to find our comment ID. We're going to go under here and we have this ID, which is the comment, essentially the comment ID. Now this one here, I'm going to call it action out comment, something like this. And this is comment record. And in fact, it's the same one, right? And in fact, we can just call it comment record. That's absolutely fine. And now we're looking to see if there's any comments. And let's go ahead and fix this. Comment record, number of items greater than 0. So if there is a record for that comment, meaning that, there was a vote, right? We're looking in this votes table. So there was a record that was created. We're going to see if, the value here, the first value is going to be, we're going to go to our record and we're just going to get the first one, item at index first. And here we're checking if, we forgot and here we need to get the row field. We need to get type, vote type, and we are looking at it and seeing if it's -1. Right? So if the current vote is a downvote, if it's a downvote, and this is an upvote, right? So this whole thing is an upvote, right? We can just do upvote flow. Okay. What we need to do is we need to update it to 1, right? Because we've downvoted it. Now we're upvoting. Otherwise, we need to delete it. Matching rows, what are we matching? On ID. And we need to find it. Comment record, item first, ID. Okay, otherwise we are deleting it. And now, if there's no records, we need to insert a new vote. And so here, we need to add a bunch of things into our votes, right? So we also need the comment as well. Comment ID. So we need the post ID, user ID, vote type, and the comment ID. So the vote type is going to be 1. The user type is our user. The post ID is, this is the parameter. We have the post ID, and the comment ID is going to be our comment. And that's pretty much it. Let's see if this works. Should be no issues. Filters are invalid. Let's go ahead and check this. ID is equal to, what are we filtering here? Update the row, comment equal to ID. Okay, should be no issues. Looks good. Let's go ahead and rebuild it. All right, here's the app. Click here. And if I click here, it becomes 1 because we automatically vote for it, right? So if you come over here, we refresh it. This was updated to 1. So it was like -1. Now we went ahead and we upvoted, right? So now it is 1. And I can do that with other votes, right? So if I come back here, or let's say I come back here and I want to update this, I click here and now it's 1. Okay, I've just updated it. And let's go ahead and refresh it. And you can see that a new record was created. Now, one issue that I noticed that we have here is that, let's say I go to a post here. So if I go here, you can see that this is upvoted and also the comment is upvoted, right? But this is an issue here because it doesn't work exactly as you think. So if I click here, I want to upvote, it actually downvotes it, and it downvotes it here and it downvotes it here. If I click upvote again, it upvotes it and it upvotes it here and here. And the reason this is happening is because when we upvote something, we are not differentiating between a post or a comment. Right? So as an example, let's say, let me go ahead and minimize that. Let's say we go into votes here, right? We're here in the votes, and let's say I refresh this. We have 3 votes, okay? And one of them is for this one here, right? I have some good ideas. So let's go and see what the post ID is, or comment ID, excuse me. What is the comment ID? So this is comment ID is 7, right? I have some good ideas for healthy food. This is this one. And if I go to votes here, we have comment ID 7. Okay. So this is upvoted, right? And if I click here, it deletes it, right? So this is going to disappear, right? If I refresh it, it's gone. And the logic here, so the logic here is correct. The logic here is looking at that same comment, right? So if I upvote it again and I refresh this, you can see that we have this row, but it has this comment ID. And so what we need to do is when we are dealing with these upvotes, right, on the post level, not on the comment, we need to make sure that we take into account that this is we're only talking about the post. That there's no comment ID here. And the way that we can do it is we can, just check that it's null. Because if this is not null, it's obviously a comment, right? So for instance, this post ID here, post ID 3, this vote is comment ID is null, right? So this is, this vote here is for the post, whereas this vote is for the comment. It's comment, for this post, but because we have comment ID, it's for a specific comment. And so when we are doing things here, we need to make sure that we're also taking the comment ID into account, because here we're obviously doing it, right? If I do that, it deletes it, right? But if I do this, it obviously inserts it with the comment ID, whereas this one doesn't care about comment ID, but it needs to care. It needs to check that the comment ID is null. And so that way it's going to ignore it. It's going to create another record. Okay. Let's go ahead and do that real quick. Shouldn't be that hard. So if we go, let's say, what page is this? This is this page right here. And we have to do it on both pages, obviously. And so when we're doing this, when we're doing the upvote, right? What we need to do is we need to query and we need to make sure that the comment ID is null. Okay? Because that is what we're looking for. We're looking for that post. Okay? So what I can do is I can say, well, comment ID is equal to null, right? That's kind of what we want to do. And this is going to be the same. This is going to be the same. This is going to be the same. And this is going to be the same, right? Because we're deleting whatever we've gotten here, right? And here we need to insert and we also need to set comment ID as null, okay? And so now this thing is making sure that comment ID is null. Let's go ahead and refresh it and see if this works. And then we'll do it for downvoting, which is the same logic, but just in reverse. All right, so here's our app. Now, let's say I go to one of these posts here, okay? I have 0 upvotes and 0 upvotes. Now, if I upload this, it should not affect this and vice versa, right? So if I do this, you see it just uploaded this and this is not changed, right? And that is because this is going to have a null. You see, this has a null. We have a post ID of 2, which is this post ID, and this is null. And so that means this is not going to get affected, okay? And so now if I upload this, we are going to have a new record created. Okay, we have a new record, but there's obviously some logic that's still counting this, right? And that's in the logic of the, this is going to be one of these logics here. It's going to be one of these views here. Okay, that's taking into account because it's basically double counting, right? It's looking at this post and it's seeing that we have null and we have this. So that must be true, but we need to make sure that we only look at null. And so this is going to be one of these, I think it's going to be one of this one here. Okay. So you can see total votes is 2, looking for healthy food. So this view needs to be corrected, right? This needs to be 1 because, you know, this specific post here, it should only be looked at null. And so what we need to do is we need to change this view, how we have it set up. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and change it. All right. So I asked ChatGPT to go ahead and modify it. And this is the new, view that we got. So let's go ahead and execute it. And now let's take a look and see what we have here. So if we go to this view over here and we go here, total votes is now 1 for all of them actually. Okay. And so this one is going to be 1 now. Let me go ahead and refresh it to make sure that it's actually picking up the right data. And so now when we run the app, if we go to this post over here, you can see that it has an upvote 1 and the comment has an upvote 1. And that is because if we take a look here, this is this comment here, comment ID 7. This one right here, you see this comment ID being shown up. And this is the main one, the post ID with comment ID of null, right? So they're separate now. They're completely separate. And so now we need to make sure that the logic everywhere is correct. And so here it needs to take into account the comment ID. And here it needs to make sure that the comment ID is null because we're dealing with the post, okay? So let's go ahead and double check. So this one should be correct, right? We have another filter. We're saying comment ID is equal to null. This is what we did. We need to do the same thing for this one here. Exactly the same thing. We're going to open it up and we're going to add another filter and we're going to say comment ID is null. And this is all the same. This is all the same. Now we need to update the row. It's still the same. Here we need to delete the row. It should be the same. Here we're inserting a row and we need to make sure that we put comment ID is null. Okay. And so this is done here. We still need to do it for the other page. And now let's go ahead and do the same thing here. And actually this should be done already, right? We have a comment ID filter. We're updating. That's fine. We're deleting by ID, which is fine. And then the insert, this is the key, right? We're using this comment ID. Comment ID should be everywhere. That's what I need to say. We can't ignore it at this level. Okay. If we go over here and and actually we haven't done anything for this download. We'll do that in a little bit, but now at least we have it set up here, right? So these are independent of this. Okay. So let me go ahead and refresh it. And we needed to make the right adjustment in the view as well. So everywhere we need to check for that comment ID. Either it's null or it's set to something. And that way we can tell if this is a vote on a comment or a vote on the post. Okay, so now if we click on this post, this is upvoted, right? And we can upload this one. Or as the case is, we are removing the upvote, right? Because, well, we still need to do the, make it a different color. We'll do that. Or we can upvote it, right? This downvoting does not work And so that is fine. But what we can do is we can download the main post. Okay. And so if we go over here, this is 0 here, and we can upload it again. Okay. And we can upload this one, and this is still uploaded. So everything looks good. We just need to add the logic here, and also make sure we change the colors, right? We show the appropriate colors based on the fact whether it is, whether we've already uploaded or downvoted here, right? Like we have here. So let me go ahead and do that real quick. So I'm going to copy this flow, go ahead and copy this action chain, open this, untap, paste action, and then it's going to be the same thing. This is going to be copy comment record 2, and we'll be filtering. It's all the same. Now this is going to be the reverse. Comment record 2, item with index, get row field type. And now this is going to be 1, right? Because it's 1, we need to do something. We need to set it to -1. And this backend row, we need to delete it. Comment record 2, item with index first. Okay, that's deleted. And here we're inserting, right? So this is the same pretty much. User ID vote type. Vote type is going to be minus. Okay, if there's no votes, right, this is false. We need to insert votes, and we have our comment IDs. Okay, so this looks good, right? We're getting this ID, same thing. What are we having an error? To update this comment. So this is done. So we can test that out. That should be fine. Let's go ahead and refresh our app. All right. So if I click here, I can go over here and I can downvote it, which is correct because it changes my vote, or I can upvote it. That brings it back. Now this is upvoted. If I click that again, it's going to go to 0. If I click that again, it's going to go to 1. If I click that again, it becomes -1. If I click that again, that is 0. That is the correct behavior. The only thing that's left to do is to get the colors work. And we're going to do the same thing like we have here. And in fact, I can just head over here. This color, I'm just going to copy it and change the logic. So we're taking into account the comment ID. Come over here, icon color. We're going to click here, paste it, and we need to get the log. And in fact, we need to do something else also. We need to get the data, right? So we are getting it on this votes level, right? We need to do that as well. I'm going to go ahead and copy it, then I'm going to head over here, and we're going to do it we can do it on the row. Come back here, paste this. It doesn't want me to paste it. Okay, let's do it from scratch. Thing votes, single. There's a bunch of filters there. Oh, just one filter actually, comment ID. That is the only thing we need to do. Comment ID and us, right? Not just comment ID, equal to ID and then us, right? Because we're looking for our vote. User ID, authenticated user, because there could be many votes, right? Authenticated user. And so now I can come back and I can paste that and paste it. And now we need to make sure that we're getting the data, right? So this is this votes row, and we're getting the vote type. And so if it's 1, right, it's going to be red. Otherwise, it's going to be black. I'm going to go ahead and copy it because we changed a couple of things. And this is going to be -1 because we already have that vote. This is going to be minus. All right, let's go ahead and refresh it. That should hopefully work. All right. Click here and, well, it's 0, so there's no votes. But if I click here, now it's a vote. If I click here, now it's a minus vote. If I click here, I remove the vote, and I click here, I get 1 again. Or I click here, I remove it. So this is perfect. This works as expected. And so now if you click here, we have this uploaded and this uploaded. Now this is independent of this because we're looking for that comment ID. I click here, that removes it. I click here, it comes back, removes it. -1, click here, removes it, uploads. Okay, this is the correct behavior, and I can do that everywhere, right? I can do that here as well. Let's say I like this comment. Well, guess what? I just uploaded. Here, I just downvoted, and this is independent of this. Or I just remove my downvote, okay? Or, if I want that vote, I can just keep it there. Okay, so this works as expected. A couple of things that we still need to do is we need to get this join working, right? If the person is not part of that group, we need to display this join and get them to join. But otherwise, it looks pretty good. Now on this page, there's still a couple of things that we need to do. One is we need to only show join when they're not a member. And then we need to carry over this logic here, that we have this logic that takes into account that the comment ID is null. Over here, I don't think we have that done, right? We need to double check that it is correct here as well. So first, let's go ahead and work on this join. Now, if we jump over to our Supabase, we are using this main view here, top post by community interest view. And this view is actually, it knows if a user is part of the community or not, right? There's some logic there. And so I went ahead and I modified the view a little bit. So now we're going to have an extra field that will tell us whether the user is a member of that group or not. Okay. So now we have this extra field called user member here. Okay. So we're going to go ahead and execute this view. And now if we come back here, we're going to have this extra field. Where's that extra field? We go ahead and refresh it. And so now we have this user member field over here that we can reference. Now, right now, the way that the recommendation logic works is that these are only shown if they're a member, right? Because we have this ranking that only takes into account basically a binary condition. Either they're a member or not a member. And so they're all going to be members now. So there's no need to display it. But later on, we are going to tweak this recommendation to show other distant groups that we may be interested in or we may have interacted with, but we're not members yet. And that is why in those situations, this is going to be important. But still, we're still going to be using this field. So I'm going to go into Supabase. I'm going to get my schema. And now if I go here, we have this user member. It's a Boolean field. And so now I can simply display it. Well, I can display it here. And I can, most importantly, display it here. Okay, so now this is a button here, and we can do conditional visibility. And it's conditional, very easy, right? We can just simply go over here, user member. Now, user member true, that means that we should not be showing it, right? So it needs to be the opposite, okay? So we are a member, then don't show it. If we're not a member, then show it, okay? So if we come over here, we need to make sure that this is opposite, okay? And the same thing we can do here. Because if we are viewing a group that we're a member of, this should not be there. So here's same thing, conditional, and all right, let's go ahead and run it and see if it works. All right, now as you can see, because we're members of these groups, it's not showing up join, right? So if we click here, it's not going to be showing up. But as I said before, we are only viewing groups that we're members of because that is the way the logic works, right? So if you go to community memberships, we can see that I'm a member. This is me, A99 of these two groups. Okay. And so that is the only groups we're seeing. I'm going to tweak the logic, the recommendation logic a little bit later that will show lots of distant groups because there's a third group that's not being displayed, right? So if we go to this community, there's also another community, right? This fashion community that's not being displayed. That probably should be displayed, even though we're not members of it, right? It should be displayed. Maybe we've interacted with it, stuff like that. Okay. Next, let's quickly check that the logic here is correct, that this is actually making sure that it is null, because I don't think we did that. So if we go over here, we need to make sure that we're looking, see, there's no filter there. We need to make sure that comment ID is equal to null. Very, very important. This is good. Updating. This is fine. Deleting. This is fine. And we need to add, because when we create a new record, it needs to be null. Well, by default, it will be null, actually. Come to think of it, default is null. We can also do that, but by default, it's going to be null, which is exactly what we want. So this is absolutely fine. The key here is this one, the query, right? When we try to look up the votes for that post that we may have done. And because if we don't have this set up correctly, we're going to pull up a ton of records because there could be comments and stuff like that. So we need to make sure comment is null. Update, that's fine. We're updating, the same record basically. We're deleting it. That's fine. We're deleting it by ID. And then insert row, that's fine. We're setting it null explicitly, but by default, it's null. So let's do the same thing here. Pretty much we need to do this one. We need to make sure that the comment ID is null. Okay, this is now set to null. Pretty much we don't really need to do it. I mean, let's do it so it's there. Sometimes it's good to do it explicitly. So if somebody else is reading your code, they know, they're looking for that post. They're looking to say comment ID is null because they're inserting a record for the post. So it's actually preferred to do it, even though it's not necessary, because by default, this field, comment ID, is going to be null. And we also need to make sure that we have the logic on the buttons, on the colors as well. And so we come over here, we need to make sure that we have it set up here on the votes as well. Okay. So that the right logic is there. And so if we come over here, we need to make sure that we have another filter, that the comment ID is null. That way it's going to pull up the right data. Okay, so now we have comment ID is null. And now this logic, right, the colors that this is looking at is going to be correct. Okay, so vote type, it's getting it, get row field, votes row is going to be just one row, and it's going to get the right row, right? Because we just have a single row. And because we're filtering where comment ID is null, it's going to get the right one, right? And so now if you reload it, it should all be correctly set up. All right, so now if you look at this page right here, you can see that we have upvoted 2 of these posts. Okay, and if we take a look at our database over here, we can see that these are the posts that we're talking about, right? These are the votes. These are the 2 records, right? Comment ID is null, comment ID is null. And so if we downvote, we can do that no problem, right? Now, if you come over here, this is going to be -1. And we cannot have -1 on the posts. On comments we can, on posts we can't. That is kind of how Reddit works. And same thing here. We can do that here, and that goes back to 0. Now this is going to be -1, right? So it's working with this. If we didn't have this filter, it would look at these other records, right? Because we have this record for this post, but comment. This is a comment. Same thing here. For this post, this is a comment. And so we need to make sure that we're looking at the right records, okay? And that's why it works as expected. So, all right, so the next thing that I want to work on is I want to work in this community view right here. So as you can see, it basically lists a bunch of communities, right? So we have like top globally, trending now, hidden gems, stuff like that. And so we're going to keep it simple. Right? We're just going to list all the communities, and I'm just going to list them right here. They're kind of in this grid type view, right? So that, you can see the categories, but I'm just going to list them, just as a list, just to keep things simpler. And we're going to put this join. But if we are a member of a community, we're not, obviously we're not going to have this join. Okay. So, let's go ahead and do that. Let's go ahead and create a new page here. Let's come over here, and this is going to create a blank page. Okay, and I'm going to say communities. Okay, I'm going to do create page, and here we're just going to put communities or subreddits, right? And we're going to start off with a list view, and we're going to start off with a card. Now inside the card, what do we want to do? Well, we want to have rows, right? So we're going to have a column, and then we're going to have rows. So here you can see that how many rows we have. Well, we have this one big row here, right? Because this is one big row. You see, this is kind of, then in the middle, we have another column. So it's basically starting off with 2 rows. This big row and this are the second row. Okay, so let's go ahead and create 2 rows. Okay, and inside this row, we're going to have 3 columns because we want to split them up. Okay, that's kind of how you do design, and it's so flexible because you can build all kinds of cool things. And let me go ahead and fix that. So we want 3 columns, and what we want now is we want this middle column to be kind of greedy. We want it to expand, while these columns, these side columns, are fixed. So all we need to do is select this one and expand it, and then these ones are going to be fixed. Basically, they're going to just take up like minimal amount of space, and we want this one to take up as much as it possibly can. And that's fine because the image is going to be fixed and this button is going to be fixed. So we want this one to take up the rest of the space, even if it doesn't need to. Okay. Because if we do this, it's going to take up the space if it needs to, but we want it to take up space even if it doesn't need to. And then for this column, we're going to do an image, or an icon. No, it's an image. And we're going to limit this to, 20 by 20. No, it's going to be bigger. Let's do 40 by 40. I think something like that. I think that's about right. And we also need to do some padding. Let's do padding on the card level, something like this. And then we also want to do padding on the column level as well. Okay. Something like this. No, actually, that's too much padding on the column level. We want to do maybe 10. All right. Now let's go ahead and get it working. So then this one, what do we want to do? Well, this is this big column, and we want to do, we want to have 2 rows, right? So I'm going to have a row and another row. You see how it is, right? And then this one is just a button. And so this button here, it's going to be smaller. It's going to say join, and we want it to be smaller, maybe 14, something like this. We want to do a border radius. We want it to be maybe more. Yeah, that sounds about right. That sounds pretty good. And so there's a height. We don't need that height. Well, I mean, yeah, that's fine. That's fine. We just wanted to have to create its own height. Okay, that looks pretty good. Maybe, there's a button padding. So we may not need the padding. I think the padding makes it bigger. I think this is fine. This is fine because padding is nice because it's relative, right? Height and width are absolute values. This is relative. All right. So this is fine. And this is going to be the name of the group and the number of members. So this is another field that we don't have. So we're going to create that. And then and then I want to have a padding on this. Yeah. We're going to do a padding on each of the columns as well. I think 10 is fine. And let's do another padding here. Okay, perfect. And another padding. So something like this. This is cool. And this is going to be the name. And this is the thing, the number of members. And then this is the description. And let's see. We want to give it a little bit of padding on this row, right? We're doing it on the row level. And here, let's go ahead and make the text a little bit smaller. And we don't want it to be We want it to be light because this is kind of faint. We can do it light or we can do it normal. In fact, normal and the color. Let's change the color to maybe something like this, right? Maybe in the middle. That's 0. That's 255. So 128, right? So something like 128. It's kind of this middle gray. 135. Doesn't matter. Okay. So something like this. And the other thing that you want to do is you want to make sure that you expand this text. When you expand it, because it's in a row, you have this expansion option. That will make sure it wraps instead of, you have this what is it called? Like it's not going to go over this thing, right? It's just going to wrap. Okay. And then this is going to be the name. We'll add the field. We have the description, I hope. So let's go ahead and load these up. We're going to do this backend query, Supabase query. We're going to do this and we're going to do community membership. So we have community memberships and we have community membership view, but we want communities right now. In fact, let's take a look at our views and let's see what we have. Let me take a look. Let's see what we have. So we have this community membership. Let me go ahead and refresh that. Community memberships view. Okay. So this thing here lists all the communities, right? Even though we may not be a member. So this is actually a nice view, except it doesn't say if we are a member or not. Okay. We have to filter, right? We can essentially list all the things. And if we are a member, we can see that. We also have communities, right? This is just a list of communities with an owner ID. Okay. And so what we can do here is we can simply list all the communities and this community memberships. We can see if we are a member of that community and display this join just to keep things very, very simple. Okay. So I'm going to list all the communities. Okay. And, I can do some ordering. Let's do, I don't know, name by increasing. So A to Z, we can do that. That's going to do this. And then this button, depending if we are a member or not. Okay. So what we can do is come over here just to keep things very, very simple. We can do on this level, on this button level, we can do community memberships view. Do we want to do a view or memberships? Okay, community ID. We can see if that ID, if you're there, right? We can just list all the user IDs. Yeah, basically we can do a filter on these two. And if it exists, if there's a row, at least one row, that means we're a member. Okay. And typically you're going to have at least one row, when you have one-on-one. We can't be a member twice in the same community. Okay. And so that's going to be our main thing. We have this here and let's go ahead and list our things. Communities row. We have name. Just going to put name. In fact, listing the actual field is better than like empty because you at least know what the field is about. Actually here, this is name and then this is this number of members and then description at the end. So, let's do this. Let's remove this and just put description. And here it's going to be the list, the description. Okay. We have the description right here. All right. That is what we have. And here, we can do a, condition. What are we getting? It's not communities row. Did we do it? Communities membership view. Communities membership view. We can do, yeah, doesn't really matter here. And can we reference it? Community membership view. We only have communities. It looks like we might need to do it at a higher level because we can't reference it. We should be able to reference it here, but as you can see, we can't. So let's go ahead and copy this. Let's go ahead and cut it and do it at the column level. We can do it on the column level. We don't want to do it this way. We need to make sure that we do it as a single. And now we can add a filter. We can say user ID is here, equal to authenticated user. What else? Community ID is equal to, we have the community IDs. Okay. So if this gives us a row, essentially we are a member of it. Okay, so now I can come back to this button and I can come back over here and I can access it, right? This thing here. And basically, I can create the condition, right? Because I need a condition. I'm just going to say single condition. And now I can do cool things, right? I can do this and I can say, let's say user ID is not set or is empty, display it. Right? So user ID is not set or is empty, then display it. Otherwise, so only display this button if the user ID is unset or empty. Because otherwise, if it's set, we have the user ID, then don't display it, right? Because we have membership. Okay, let's go ahead and test it out. Before we do that, we want to make sure that it's showing up on navbar and we want to show the icon. So let's say we want to do communities, maybe group. Yeah. This is perfect. Let's go ahead and do the order. We're going to do this second and let's go ahead and run it. All right, here's the app. Let's go ahead and log in. All right, and that is our community list. So we are a member of cars and food. We're not a member of fashion. So if we go into Supabase, you can see that I'm a member of two communities, 1 and 2. This is me, right? A993. 1 and 2. If I go in here, you can see that 1 and 2, cars and food, I'm not a member of fashion. So I should be able to click this and become a member. Okay. Now, one thing that I want to add is I want to add a field that will list the number of members. Okay. So this is really easy. And let's go ahead and add this field. And here I'm just going to do numeric just to keep things very, very simple. Let's go ahead and save that. We created a column and now let's go ahead and add, number of members. So let's say we have 8,000 members here. We have 120,000 here. And let's say we have 1,100,000, 1.1 million here. Okay. And so now let's go ahead and display it correctly. Let's go into Supabase, refresh our schema, come back, and now we can actually list it correctly, right? So now if you come over here, we have non-members. And so I can combine it. I can say non-members and I can also nicely format it, right? So I can do a number format. And how do we want to format it? Compact. 1.2K. This is a nice format. Let's do this. And I'm going to say members. Okay. I think that's it. And let's go ahead and refresh it. Okay. Come back over here. 8K members, 1.1. I like this. This is perfect. And how does it look? Let's take a look and see if it looks legit. It's a little bit nicer here, right? Let's go ahead and fix it up a little bit, right? We want to have less padding in the middle. It's more compact. Next, we want to make sure that description, this doesn't have as much padding. So row has padding. And then if we take a look at this row, that doesn't have padding, but yeah, so this doesn't have padding. Let's go ahead and collapse it. So it's only this row that has padding. So what we want to do is we want to remove padding altogether and we want to have it here and here. Let's take a look at this row. Why is there so much? Yeah, this has a lot of padding. Let's go ahead and remove padding. Yeah, let's go ahead and remove it. And let's go ahead and do it on the row level, right? So if we take a look, yeah, we do it on the column level and we also want to do it on the row level. So what we want to do is something like this. This is fine. Collapse it. See the other row that also has 5. We can also do it here. And now it's starting to kind of come together. Let's go ahead and refresh it because I noticed with Reddit, it's very tight, right? And that's kind of how it works best because there's a lot of data, right? A lot of communities, a lot of posts, a lot of comments. And so you don't want to have a lot of space, wasting a lot of space. That looks better. This needs to be smaller and maybe a little bit more padding here. And this needs to be maybe a little bigger and bolder. Okay, let's make this a little smaller. Let's make this 12. Let's change the color, a shade, a darker shade, a shade of gray. And this needs to be bigger and better, if you will. We're gonna come over here and I'm gonna make it a little bit bigger. And I'm gonna make it a little bit bolder. Maybe semi-bold. Yeah, I think semi-bold is nice. Let's go ahead and rebuild it. See how it looks? All right. Yeah, it's a little too bold. And let's give this a little bit of padding between these two. But this is nice. This is nice. Looks good to me. Maybe the button is too big. Let's make the button a bit smaller. The text a little bit smaller. Let's make it 12. And it's automatically, we have padding on the button, right? Yeah, we don't need that much padding. Border radius is fine. All right, this is fine. What else do we need to do? This is too bold. Let's make it a little bit less bold and add a little bit of padding to it. So I'm gonna do it on the row level. I'm gonna say bottom. Let's do 5. That's fine. And then I'm gonna come back to this text and I'm gonna make it not semi-bold, but maybe medium. I think medium is gonna be better. Okay, and so there we have it. And actually, that's starting to look good, right? The font is very similar. Maybe not exact, but very, very similar. And it's starting to look kind of cool, right? Join, it's bold. I think we need to make the button, this button over here, it's semi-bold. That's why. If we make it normal, is it normal or we want to make it medium? I think medium is going to look better. Let's go ahead and rebuild it. And I think it's going to look really nice. There it is. That looks actually really nice. It looks really good to me. Okay, let me know in the comments what you guys think, but I'm pretty happy with this. All right, so I made a couple of changes on this page here concerning this join button, and I want to show you a couple of gotchas here. So we have this list view and we have this card. Now I went ahead and I moved the query, the main query from the column to the card, okay? And it's probably better to have it at the card level because, well, everything can access it, okay? Now this join button, what's happening here? Well, we have this conditional here, right? So I'm basically saying that community ID is unset. Okay, so, we're doing this card query here, and what we're doing is we are looking at community memberships, and we're basically querying if I'm a member of that specific group, because if I am, we should not be showing it, right? And so if you take a look here, this is our table right here, right? So for every group, from this list of groups here in this community, I'm querying this table and I'm saying, well, is there a community and am I a member, right? So for every community, we're looking if I'm a member. If I am a member, we're not going to be showing it. Basically, we're saying show this if I'm not a member. Okay. Now there's a couple of important things to understand. This could be maybe a little bug or, some kind of an issue, but the only way I can get this to work, right? This query here is by making sure that you have it set to single time query here. Okay. When you have that set there, and when you have it set as a single time query, right? So it's not real time. It's just a regular query. This button here, right? So if you come over here, when you have an action, right? So on this button, you have an action. You're inserting it, right? If you add a refresh, and that is exactly what you need to do. So I want to do a refresh on card. What's going to happen here is if you reload this, you're going to break this flow. Okay. So let me show you. So if I reload my app, it's going to break this flow. Okay. So if we go over here, you see now the button does not appear. Why doesn't it appear? Because this card now is, it does not give us the right data. This card query here. Okay. And the reason it doesn't give us the right data is because we added this refresh. And even though we haven't pressed the button or anything like that, right? So this is an issue that drove me crazy. And so if I disable it, which is the same as deleting it, and I go ahead and refresh that, it should work as expected. Okay. So here's my app. You see now it works as expected because the queries are correct. If we have this, it does not work as expected because these queries, this query here, this card query that you need to look up if we're a member of each of these communities, it doesn't work correctly. And so what we need to do is we need to make sure that we're not doing this refresh. Now the other option is to make this real time, but you can't do that, right? Because if I deselect it and I click on confirm, we get an error. Supabase streaming query support at most one filter. Okay, and we need to have two filters, and so we need to turn this back on. exit. And so the only option that we have at our disposal is to do a navigate, right? Because you want it to appear, right? And so what we need to do is we need to do a navigate back to communities. Okay, that's what we need to do. Okay, and what we can do is we can do instant here, and no reason to do back navigation, right? It's like a refresh. That is the only thing that we can do. Okay, and when we do that, everything is going to work as expected. Okay, this absolutely drove me crazy because I had, I don't know why, having a refresh on an action affects the query, right? And so now here we are in community memberships. We're going to add another row here, right? When I click on this button, you see now it refreshes and we're going to have another row. Okay, so this is our member here, right? If I delete this row here, this newly created row, we're going to have this button because I stopped being a member of Fashion. So if I refresh it, I can join this again. So this is the only way to make this work. Okay. The main issue is if you do refresh, right, which is kind of what you're supposed to do on non-real-time queries and non-real-time tables, it doesn't work. That inner query doesn't work for some reason. And so this is a big gotcha. And so I wanted to share with you guys. And now everything works as expected. We can join this. We can also delete this second one. Second one, I believe, is, I don't even know what the second food. So if I delete myself a member of this second community, right, this is me, we should have a button appear next to food. So let me go ahead and delete it. Let me go ahead and refresh it, and I'll be able to join two communities. Okay, so now we have these two joins, and I can join, it refreshes, and that's good, right? This instant refresh works really nice, right? It works really nice. And so now I'm a member of all of them except Fashion. You're going to see another record created here. You refresh it. This is a new record with this community, which means I'm a member of this food community here. Okay, so now this flow works as expected. Now, the next thing that I want to work on is the create post flow. Okay, so when you click on this button, you're going to be redirected to this screen right here. Now, this is fairly straightforward. You select a community that you're a member of, right? You have to be a member of a community. You enter the title and you enter the actual text of the post, and that's pretty much it. Okay, and then you press post, and you have a post created in the selected community. Now, the only thing I can think of is if you're not a member of any of the communities, you should get some kind of a message saying that you need to be a member of at least one community to create a post. Okay, because you can't create posts in communities that you're not a member of. So fairly straightforward. Let's go ahead and start building. So first, what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and create a new page, and this is going to be called new post, and we're going to do a blank template. We're going to call this new post. Click on create page over here, and here we are, and we can just call this new post. And what we want to do is we want it to look something like this, right? So let's go ahead and see what kind of data we can pull up to display it, right? So if we go to our table editor over here, we can see that we have community memberships here. Okay, so these are the communities that we're a member of. So we can filter by user ID and get the communities here. And that's pretty much it. That's all we really need to do. It would have been nice to have a view, and we do have a view actually. So we can just use this view, right? This is community memberships view. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a card first. I'm going to go ahead and set some wrapping on it. And now I'm going to put a column in there, and inside the column, I can put my elements. So let's say drop down would be the first one. And we can also do padding on this level, something like this. And then inside, what are we going to have? We're going to have drop down. We're going to have title and body. So a text and another text. And here we can specify body. So now let's go ahead and fix it out. So what I want to do is I want to center it, and we can do that by clicking over here. We can just center it like this. And this column could be left, maybe left justified. So if we take a look, that is kind of what we have. And this is not going to be text. This is going to be actually text input, text field, and I'm going to duplicate this. Okay, so this text field, this first one, is the title. Okay, and so what we want to do is we want to have a hint. Hint is going to be title, and I want to make it bigger. Font size 20, and in fact, we can even put maybe initial values and font size 20, something like this. We can make it bolder, something like this, maybe something like this. Actually, 20 is good. 20 is good enough. Now for this, we can do something interesting, right? So over here, you can specify max lines and min lines, right? So we can say something like 10 max lines, and min lines, you can put 5, right? And that's going to set it a certain way, right? So if you take a look here, you see how this is fairly, it takes up like pretty much the rest of the screen. And that's kind of what we want to do as well, right? So this card, I'm going to go ahead and maximize it. So it's maximized. And this I'm going to maximize as well. I'm going to do this. Okay. And so now this is really nice, right? Because we have this column, we have these fields here that are maximized, and you can even remove the width. And that's going to set it very wide. And you can remove the width here. And for drop down, you can also remove the width if you want. And that's going to expand it. And that's actually pretty cool, right? Actually, this actually takes up, half the space, but it's up to you. You can do it like this. You can do it like that. And this is really nice. And then you have this pause button. We can do that here as well. So we have this app bar. Below we have text. We can wrap this in a row and we can have a button or an icon button. What do we have here? Well, we have a button that says post. So I'm going to do a button. We're going to make sure the spacing is correct. And let me go ahead and remove this color, make it white, make this text color, we're going to make black. And this is going to be our new post button. Okay. And so let's go ahead and also do a radius of 15. That's nice. No width. There's some padding. I'm going to remove the padding. Actually, padding is useful. 16. Okay. And now we have a button that's going to do a new post. So the next thing that we want to do is we want to display the communities that this logged in user is a member of. Okay. And so here, what you want to do, and you can do it on this level. You can do it on this level. You can do it on the card level if you want, but I think it's going to be fine on this level. You're going to come here at query, Supabase query, and you're going to go ahead and fetch this view over here. So I'm just going to type view, community memberships view, and you want to filter. You want to filter by user ID. Okay. And we can also order them. Let's go ahead and order them by the community name in increasing order A to Z. And that's what we have. And this is going to be a single time query. I don't see that query changing, that often. I think it makes sense that when the user loads it, they're going to see the communities that are there at the moment, when they load this thing, right? So we have text. I'm going to give it a field name, input, and this one is going to be input content. Now, another important thing here is that when you have this drop down, you want to make sure that you display the labels and the values, right? So the labels are going to be the community names, and the values are going to be the IDs, because we only care about the ID ultimately. So the labels, we're going to come here, we're going to get this, and you want to map. And you want to come here and you want to get community name for the labels. And for IDs, which are the values, well, for the values, you want the IDs, community ID. Perfect. And now here, when you press confirm, it doesn't let you because it wants a list of strings, right, for the values. And this is actually a list of numbers. Okay. And so the issue here is that you can do a number format and that's going to fix it, right? So even if you do this, you see that fixes it because number format automatically returns a string. So you don't need to do anything complicated there. So we have IDs and we have names sorted. In fact, yeah, they're sorted from a database, right? In fact, you can also sort them here if you want, but it should be fine. So that's going to be displayed there. We have the value, we have the title, we have the new post. Let's go ahead and run it. Before we run it, let's make sure it's actually displayed in a nav bar. So if you go over here, we have this nav bar. And this is not home. This is going to be add. Yeah, that's going to be nice. I think that's what it is. And let's go ahead, go to our nav bar and make sure it's aligned correctly. So it's home communities new post. Is that right? Home communities create. Okay, perfect. Come back over here. Let's go ahead and run it and see if it looks good. All right. So here's our app. And if we come over here, we have communities. So we're members of Cars and Food. And because we can't join them, that there's no button. And we can't join fashion because we're not members. So if you come over here, we pull this up and we have Cars and Food, okay? Which are the communities that we're members of. We have title, we have text field here. We need to modify it and we need to change title, right? Because this should be a hint. It should not be a default value. Okay. So let's change that. Initial value. It should have no initial value. It should have a hint. So this, right? And you can make it bigger. You can make it something like this and you can change it to maybe semi-bold, something like this. And this should be content. Is it content over here? Body text option. Something like this. And this should say, what should it say? Select a community. All right. Now let's go ahead and do the logic for this. This is very simple. We're going to add an action. Insert row. I'm going to do a table. memberships, right? Community memberships right there, and fields. Let's go ahead and pull, get all the fields. We don't need this. Community ID and user ID. So very simple widget state drop down. So this drop down, it's a string and it wants an ID. And so what we need to do here, we can't even select it. Okay, and so what we need to do is we need to do a code expression. We're going to get this input as a string. I'm going to come over here, widget state, and now I can select because, it's a string now because we've converted it. And now we can do int parse variable, right? This var1, right? We were calling it var1. And if you check it, that's going to go ahead and convert a string into an integer, okay? And I don't like this being called a drop down. So I'm going to say it input community, and that's pretty much it. And we can do a redirection. I think that's going to be a good idea to do a redirection to the new post. So what we want to get is we want to get an output result out, and we're going to have ID and everything, right? When we insert this row, we're going to get this whole new record, and we want to redirect them to this post view. That's what we want to do. And this accepts post ID. Okay. So if we come back over here, what we can do is we can do a navigation to post view, and we're going to pass this new post ID of this out. Okay. And so that's going to do this redirection. What do we have here? Invalid value for community ID. Oh, we forgot it. Wow. I guess we forgot to save it there. Let me go ahead and do that. Code expression. I guess I forgot to press confirm. var1. Let's feed var1. var1 is drop down. var1. Check for errors. Confirm. Now it's there. Okay. And user ID, authenticated user ID. Okay. So that's going to create a new post, and that's going to go ahead and pass it here. Okay. And no reason to do back navigation because you've created it. No reason to allow that. Looks good. Let's go ahead and run it and see if it works. All right. Here we are. So if you click over here, we can select, let's say, cars, which car to buy. Okay. I want to buy a car, but not sure which. Okay. So something like this. And now let's go ahead and do new post. And we have an error. Let me see what the error is about. Let's go ahead. So we have this post here. Okay. So if we come to, are we inserting it into posts? What's going on over here? Let me go ahead and pick this. Oh, we're inserting it community memberships. No. That should be posts. Community memberships is something else. That's joining a community. No. Let me go ahead and fix this. It should be posts, not community. That's another flow. Okay, let's go ahead and fix this. And I need to fix something here. Yeah. I mean, it added something. Let's go ahead and delete this record. That's not what we want to do. That's what we want to do. So we want to add title, content, post type, user ID, community ID. Okay. So widget state, input title, content, input content, post type is, what's our post type? Text. User ID is our auth user, and community ID is our community ID, is our drop. Okay. So now we need to do this code expression. var1, this is our input from the drop down, input community, and I'm going to do int parse. That's going to convert it to an integer, and then I'm going to output result out. Yep, that looks good. Insert action has invalid value for community ID. That looks fine to me. Community ID, right? Post, it's an integer, yeah? No, it's fine already. Okay. There's no errors anymore. Community ID is a return type. Is integer, yeah, that's fine. There's no errors here. Go ahead and refresh this. Community ID. Oh, okay. It's not there. It just got removed. Let's try that again. Code expression, int parse var1. Oh, we forgot to pass the value. The value is which state, input community, confirm, and some kind of a bug, it seems. Let me go ahead. We might have to do it again. Let's see if that works. Okay, now it works. No issues. Oh, all right. So we still have this issue. Let me go ahead and do it again. Okay. We delete it. This should be fixed. Okay. Let's do that again. So that's what you do. So this is good that you're seeing this because you may experience this. Insert row, post, delete this, put our community ID, code expression, assign this, int parse var1. Come over here, widget state, input community, no errors. Okay, so there you have. Title is our widget state input, input title. Content is widget state input content. Post type is text. User ID is our auth user. Community ID. Okay, so we don't have any errors anymore. Okay, so that's something. Sometimes you have to do it this way, right? If you see something, just redo it. Let's go ahead and restart our app. All right, there we are. Click over here and let's see if this works. Let's try food. Looking for healthy recipes. Looking for and what do we have? We have it here. We have ID. We have community ID. So we have this new post. It is created. We just didn't get, oh, did we forget? Oh, we forgot the redirection. Let's go ahead and add this redirection. Navigate to pass the ID, and we get that from this. We need to do this, action out, come over here, action output, action out. So let's go ahead and create a new one. Let's go ahead and rebuild this. All right, let's go ahead and try this. Let's do car, looking for a good economy car. Okay, do new post, and we have an error. Let's see if the post is created. We have the post created, and why do we have an error? So it redirects to post view, and post view is working with top post by community interest. Okay, and that means post view is only displaying the posts that are on the homepage, the recommended posts. It's not displaying every post. And so this may not be like the best view on this post because this is a post detail view, right? So the comments is fine, right? This is fine. This part, it should not be gotten from a view that only has like recommendations. It should just use the post table. Okay, so what I recommend is we change it. We change it to a post table. Okay, but we also have a lot of we also have a lot of interesting things here. We have this stuff here. We have total votes. We have a lot of interesting things. And so what we can do is we can create a view that displays all the posts, but keeps the other things. Right? Because we don't care about the rank now. We care about like the vote because we're displaying all this here, but we don't really care about the rank anymore. Okay? Because this top post by community view, we only care on the recommendations. So what I propose is we create another view. Let's go ahead and work with our Supabase for now. And so I create another view that has votes and stuff, but it's not going to be a top post anymore. Okay? And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to this definition and I'm going to open this in maybe a SQL editor and do something like this. I'm going to reset this. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to go into tables, create a view similar to top post by community interest view, but make sure it displays all the posts, not just the top posts, all the other fields, keeps all the fields. Let's see if this works. So here it is. We will modify the query to remove the filtering for only the top posts. Okay. All right. There it is. Okay. So let's go ahead and see if this works. All posts by community view. Let's go ahead and run it. So we've created this view. Let's come back here, all posts, okay? And let's go ahead and see if what's happening here. And there it is. Okay, so now all the posts, which, what do I have? Economy cars. So we have all the fields. Okay, so this is perfect. This is kind of like a post table with a bunch of other views. Okay, so we're not doing like recommendations or anything like that, but we're still displaying the other fields. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and refresh it. Now we have all posts. I'm going to come back here and I want to make sure that we are looking at all posts. So here we have a single row and this is going to be sync post ID, and that's it. And so now we're going to do all posts, keep everything the same. Hopefully it works. And now it's going to find that post because top post is only looking for the top post, and that post that we've created doesn't have votes and doesn't have stuff in it. So it's not a top post. There are other posts. Okay. So now let's go ahead and refresh it, and it should hopefully work. All right, let's try this again. We're going to do another post in cars, fast car recommendation. I want to buy a really fast car. Okay, let's try this again. And there it is. And now we are redirected. We don't have any comments. We don't have any upvotes, right? We can upvote this, and we've just upvoted. We can remove it, and we've removed it. We can downvote. That's going to be 0, right? It never goes below 0. We can remove it. We can, do an upvote. We can also leave a comment. Okay. Buy a Porsche, something like this. Post, and we have a comment here. Okay. And this is the comment ID. This should be the username or something like that, right? This is just a comment ID because if you come over here, we're just displaying the comment ID. Okay, and we can also upvote this, downvote that, and here we can have minus. Okay, so this upvoting works, and this is separate, right? This is separate. This is still a post, it's still a comment. This is, I mean, it's kind of like a comment, right? Because if you go into votes, we're looking, we have a post, but this is a comment. You cannot, you know, well, yeah, I mean, it is a post, but we're treating it as, yeah, we're treating it as a post ID, comment ID is null. Okay, and so yeah, it's a post, and these are comments. But you can upvote, the downvote logic is the same. Okay, so I can do this, I can do this, I can do that, I can do this. All right, looks good. We're gonna change all of this later on when we do kind of this final look at the app, but it looks really clean. All right, so the next thing that I want to work on is the chat functionality. And here, the way it's going to work is that you're going to have different chats with different people, and inside each chat, we're going to have different messages, right? So you can think of a chat as this kind of like container, and then you're going to have different messages that you're going to exchange with that particular person. Okay. And so let's go ahead and see how we can get started. Now, I already kind of got started with this chats table here. We have this chats here, and we have this chat messages, and I already have even some sample data there that's going to help us to kind of display it and get it working. Okay, so let's go ahead and do the UI, and then I'm going to show you how this is going to work with the backend here. Okay, so let's go ahead and create a first page. This is going to be a blank page, and I'm going to call this a chat page. And what we're going to do here is we're going to display the different chats that we have with different people, maybe start a chat, all kinds of interesting things. So to get started, I'm going to do a list view, and I'm going to do a card, and inside this card, we're going to display information. So the question is, how do we want to display it? Okay. And I mean, if we take a look here, we have this icon here. This is the user that we're chatting with. And here we have some chat information, right? So we might have like, the person that we're chatting with, and maybe a last message. So we can quickly see what the chat is about without clicking on it. Okay. So let's start from this approach, and then we have the last message, the date of the last message sent. So we'll display that as well. So this is essentially 3 columns, image, and then 2 rows, and then a text. Okay, let's do that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a row, and then I'm going to do 3 columns. The middle column, we're going to maximize it like this. This column, I'm just going to have an image. I'm going to make it smaller. I think 20 by 20, something like this. No, that's too small. Or maybe 75 by 75. All right, 50 by 50. We can also do a border radius, maybe more. Something like this, maybe even more. Okay, so like a circle almost. And here we're gonna have 2 rows. And here is another text. And here we're gonna have a text. Here we're gonna have a text. Okay? Let's go ahead and give it some padding on the card. I'm gonna do padding of 20. I'm gonna do padding here. Let's do padding on the columns. On the column. Okay, that looks good. We can also do, yeah, this is fine. This is a good start. Let's go ahead. Maybe the card is too much padding. I think 20 might be too much. Maybe 10 is better. I think this looks nice. And we can even do it on the row as well. Kind of sets it apart. Perfect. Okay, that looks really clean. All right, so now let's take a look and see what we have to work. So if we go into chats, this is what we're going to be working with. And so what do we have here? Well, we have ID, we have created it, we have user IDs, and we have the usernames, but we need more information. We need the last message of that chat. We also need the last message time. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a view that will give us that data, right? So I'm going to come to our assistant, and I'm just going to reset it. And I'm just going to say, create a view called chats view that will display everything in chats table, and also a last message for that chat and the time. This is that created field for that last message. Go ahead and run that. All right, there we go. This shouldn't be that complicated, not as complicated as the other views that we did. Let's go ahead and execute it. No errors. And let's see how it works. Let's get this refreshed. Let's close this. And what do we have? Well, we have a message, and we have the last message time. So this is a good start. I'm going to come back here. I'm going to maximize this, and I'm going to run here Supabase. I'm going to refresh the schema, and let's go ahead and start populating the data. So we forgot this, but I'm just going to leave this for last. And this is going to be chat with somebody. Okay. So if you take a look here, we have these user IDs and we also have usernames. And so what we need to do is we need to find the index of us and then take the other index and then look it up here. That is kind of the way I have it set up. Okay. There's lots of ways of doing it, obviously, but that is one way to do it. And so this is going to give us the name of the other person. And here is the message, right? So this is going to be this last message. First, let's go ahead and feed our list view. We're going to do a Supabase query. I'm going to type, well, here it is, chats view, list of rows, and we want to filter where one of the user names, one of the user IDs is us. List contains, and I'm going to come in here, and I'm going to put user IDs. Okay, so as long as our user ID contains, we're good to go. Okay, because we don't want to see all the chats, right? That's going to be a big security issue. Now over here, what we need to do is we need to pass both of these to a code expression and look up the right one. So I'm going to go ahead and pass two of these. This is going to be a list of strings. This is what UIDs. So I'm going to go ahead and pass it here, user IDs. And this is going to be names, unames. And this is going to be also string. We're going to do list, come in here, unames. And also we need the current user ID, UID. Auth. I'm going to come over here and I'm going to go to authenticated user and I'm going to look up the user ID. Okay. And so now what we need to do is we need to see the index here. So I am the index 1. That means the other user is index 0. Okay. And so, and then we're going to take this index and look up the user. And this is going to be Tim here. Okay. So let's go ahead and do that. So we're going to go into UIDs. Right? What is that? The full name, UIDs. UIDs, and we're going to say index of, and we're going to say index of this user, auth user. This is that logged in you. Okay? And this is going to give me 1. Okay? And so if it's 1, right? So if it's a 1, give us back 0. And so we're going to say if it's equal to 1, if it's equal to 0, give us back 1. Otherwise, give us back 0. And this is going to give us the index here. And then what we can do is we can go to this other list, this unames, and do this unames and look it up inside of unames. And this is going to give us the other user here. Okay, let's go ahead and check our thing. No errors. Hopefully this should work as expected. This is going to give us the other user. Okay, this is chat with another user, right? And then we're going to add chat with as well. Okay, so this is the last message. I'm going to go over here, last message. And this is the last message time in a relative. I'm going to show you. We're going to go last message time and we can format it, date time format. We want to do relative. All right. And last but not least, you want to give it a navbar so that it's displayed. We're going to give something chat related and we're going to arrange it properly. I'm going to put chats over here just before the last one. Okay, let's go ahead and run it. All right, here we are. Let's go ahead and log in. Let's go into chats. And there it is. We have some issues. We need to fix it, but it looks good. See, it's displaying Tim, which is the other user. So this works. Everything works. We need to get this padding, and this is easy to fix, this overflow, right? So if you come over here and you come, well, we need to do it for everyone, right? So what you want to do is you want to expand this so that it has, you know, it has constraints for the whole thing. Expand this here and expand this as well so that it wraps. We're giving it space, but that's the space that it can take. So it can wrap. And there we have it. Okay. So this is Tim here had a question and now we might want to modify it a little bit. We might want to change a couple of things. So let's give it a little bit more padding here. This column, yeah, we can do it on the row level. Let's say the bottom, we give it 10, something like this. And let's say we make this bigger, right? Because that's the name of the person. Something like this, maybe, medium. And this one, we make it a little bit smaller because that's kind of how Reddit does it. Right? They make some of the text small and this is big and also relative, maybe a bit smaller as well. Something like this. Let's see how this looks. All right. There you go. Okay. So this looks pretty good. Maybe there's a lot of padding. Let's see if we can decrease this padding. Maybe not 10, maybe 5, I think. Yeah, 5 is going to be more than, okay. Come back here. Yeah, this looks perfect. And we don't have this image working because we don't have an avatar. stored anywhere. This would need to be stored in another table, and we'll do that later. But right now, this looks really clean, right? Looks really nice. And so the next thing that we want to do is we want to create the screen that once the user clicks on this, they're going to be seeing the messages. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that. I'm going to do a new page, create blank chat message, create this over here, and we can call it chat with the person, right? We're going to be passing that person. In fact, I'm going to create a page parameter. We want to pass chat ID, which is an integer, and we want to pass the person's name maybe. So we don't need to look it up, the other person. Chat other. So we have that information, and it's also required. Okay. And so now let's go ahead and get it working. So this is going to be made up of the messages part here. And then at the bottom, we are going to have the message send functionality. So with list messages, what we're going to do is we're going to have rows, and that will depend who is the message sender, right? So what we want to do is we want to have a stack. And the reason for that is because the rows under the stack will depend on will be dynamically generated based on a condition. They're going to be conditional, and using a stack is one way of doing it. So next, you want to create a row, and inside the row, you want to create the actual message, right? So I'm going to do a card. Inside, I'm going to do a message. Now, this row here is going to be conditional on a particular variable, right? So let's say this row is my message, and so I'm going to duplicate it, and then this row is the other person's message. And because they're inside of a stack, they're not going to be displayed, at the same time. I mean, one is going to be on top of the other, but what you really want to do is, you want to make them conditional, right? So my message is if it's, I'm the author, right? So if you go into chat messages, you can see that we have user ID. That's the author of the message. And so we're going to know, right? But first things first, my messages are going to be right aligned. Other messages are going to be left aligned. That's the first thing to understand. Second thing, and let's do a little bit of padding. So let's go for the row. Let's give it a padding of 10. And this is also a padding of 10. And the same thing for the cards. Let's do a padding of maybe 5. And let's do a padding. And last but not least, on the text, padding of 5. All right. And so you will never see them together in one row. It's either going to be this one or going to be this one. It's never going to be two in the same row. It's going to be either, this one in the row and then followed by this one, but you're never going to see them together. All right. Now let's go ahead and feed them our message, chat messages, Supabase query, and then messages, list of rows. And we want to filter by the chat ID, right? We're going to do a filter by chat ID that we're passing. In fact, what we can do is we can pass an entire row, right? And that row has all the information, which is going to be even better. So I'm going to come over here and I'm going to go, and instead of the chat ID, I'm going to pass a row. And that way we don't have to do another query, right? Supabase row, chat row. It's going to be required from the table, chats. Okay. And that way we have a lot of data coming. All right. Let's go ahead and feed this Supabase query, chat messages. And now what we can do is we can do a filter, chat ID and equal to, and we can come to our parameter. We can get this chat row and just get the ID. And we can also order the messages if we want, right? And how do we want to order them? Well, we want to maybe order them by, the latest message at the bottom. Okay. And so what we're going to do is we're going to say by created at, increasing. Okay. So, you have old messages, newer, and they're increasing because the time is increasing. New time is larger, is greater. Okay. Let's do this. And now let's go ahead and do our conditional. So for my messages, we want to have a conditional here, and we want to create a condition, and we want to say that, chat messages row user ID is equals to authenticated. Okay. And so that's my message. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this, go to the other message, and this is going to be the opposite. And so you can paste this, you can say confirm, then you can go over here. And so I'm going to say this not equal. Okay. Same condition, but not equal. So that's the other person because it's not me. Right? So that is what we have here. And maybe let's do a little bit more padding at the text level. It's going to look better. I want it to be a little bit more of that white surrounding that. Okay. And the next thing we need to do is this bottom form where they're going to submit a message. So here I'm going to just do a row, and it's going to be at the bottom, and we're going to do an input, text, what is it called? Text field, and we're going to do a button. And so you can do, you can do a little bit of padding on the row if you want, something like this. And this is going to say send. This is going to be say hint text is enter a message. Now, important thing that we need to do is we want to push, we want the screen, the majority of the screen to be taken by this list view. Right? So the way we do it is we come over here and we expand because it's inside of a column. So we have these expansions, and this one we don't really care, right? This one is going to take, this row is going to take the rest of it. But most of the space we want it to be taken by this chat. Now with this chat width, we can change that. So we can, and what we can do is we can do combine, paste this here, add this. And remember, we're passing the other user. We don't need to pass it because we have chat row, but that means we have to recalculate the user. But because we're passing it, makes things simpler. And that looks good. That looks good. And so now let's do the final thing, and that is the link. So if they click on this card, we want them to be redirected to this new page that we did, this chat messages. And we want to pass the other person. We still need to, we still need to recalculate it, and we're going to do it here, or we can do it in the other page. So chat row, this is our chat row. Now for the chat row, I specify chats, but we're actually pulling a view. So this is not going to work, right? And so we need to change the parameters. I forgot that we're using a view, that we're so fancy. And so if you come over here to chat messages, it's actually very simple. You expand this, come here, and you want to change this to chat view. Chats, okay? Because we're passing the view and all the information with the view. And so now, if after we come back to this one, we can send it. Right, so this card, we can send this chat row, and now we can send, because we've specified it here. Now the other person is, we need to recalculate this. So I'm going to copy this, and I'm going to come back here, and let's go ahead and do it here. Okay, so the same logic is just, it's going to know who the other person is. That's it. That's it. Looks good. Let's go ahead and do a couple of more things. I want to be able to go back. So you go to the app bar and you want to define default button. This button is going to be white, and that's going to give you this back button. I think that's good for now. Let's go ahead and test it out. We don't have the logic for this just yet, but let's go ahead and see if what we've done so far actually works. All right. So let's come back here. Now, if I click on it, I am in the chat with Tim. This works. And now we have hello world. Now I wrote hello world because it's appearing on the right-hand side. That's typically how chat messaging apps work, right? I'm the author, right, of this message. Now, if Tim replied, he's going to be here. Okay, so let's go ahead and finish the logic so that everything works. Let's go ahead and call this input message, and let's go ahead and do this logic. Very simple logic. We want to do insert row, and the table is chat messages. And now let's go ahead and populate the fields. These are automatic. Chat user ID is auth user. Message is input message. Chat ID is, well, we're going to go to this chat row ID because we have the whole row. We don't have to worry about it. And now let's go ahead and refresh. Refresh database request, this list. And it should work, right? It should add a message as well. One more thing that I want to do is under this message, individual message, I want to do the time it was sent, right? Because that's cool too, just to see if it's a recent message or not a recent message. So I'm going to wrap this in a column, and I'm going to add another field. Okay. And this field, it should not have this padding. It should only have a, 10, 10, and then maybe like 5 here. And 10, and this one is the opposite. It's gonna have, well, it shouldn't have anything, but everywhere else is gonna have a 10. All right, so something like this, and we're gonna do the same thing here. Wrap widget in a column, duplicate it, and fix our padding. So this one, this is 10, 5, 10, and the other one is gonna have the 0, nothing, 10, 10, 10. Okay, perfect. And this is going to display the chat messages, and I'm going to do relative. And we can make it a little bit smaller. So maybe 12. Go ahead and do that here. Relative. And let's make it a little bit smaller. Okay, that looks pretty nice. So let's go ahead and try out the whole thing with the logic and the new message timestamp as well. All right, let's take a look at what we have. Click here, and it says here, hello world 13 days ago. Okay, that was quite a while ago. And now let me write another message. So this is still me, right? So that message is should appear below it, okay? another message. And there's hello world. Okay, actually it's not displaying the message. It's just saying hello world because we forgot this thing. We forgot to actually have it display the message. Chat messages, we need the actual message. Same thing here. Now we want to make sure that there's no overflow here as well. Right? And so what we want to do is we want it to expand like this, and we want this to expand as well. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that. Go ahead and reload this. Let's take a look. All right, let's go ahead and take a look. There's our message, and there are the message. And so here are the messages. This is another message. And if I type another message, message 3, that's message 3 a moment ago. There's a lot of spacing here. I don't know if this is kind of what we want. But I mean, it looks fine. Maybe decrease the spacing. And that's a padding thing. I think it is on the, yeah, it is on the row level. So row has a 10 padding. Let's make it 5. I think it's just twice less. It was padding of 20, 10 plus 10. Now it's going to be padding of 10, 5 plus 5. Click over here. Okay, so that's a little bit better, I think. Yeah, it was a lot of padding. So this is better. Now let's go ahead and change a couple of things. So on this chat page, we want to have chat with somebody, right? The other person. So I'm going to go ahead and copy this, and we're going to do a combined text. And I'm going to say chat. Okay, that's going to be chat with. All right, so the chatting looks like it's working perfectly. Now, another thing that we may want to do is we want to have maybe an ability to contact the person, right? So if we're like, let's say we are looking at this comment here, right? It was written up by a person, or maybe this comment here. We may want an ability to contact them directly using DMs, direct messages, or private chatting. And so the way that we can do it is we can add a little button that will chat the person who wrote either the comment or the post. Okay, I think that's going to be a cool feature. And so what I'm going to do here is I'm going to start with comments. Okay, and so I'm going to go into our post view, and I'm going to add a little button that that when you click on it, it's going to create a chat. So that you can chat with that person, you can contact them. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to duplicate this icon here, and we have another icon. I'm just going to rename it to like a chat icon, something like this. And all we really need to do is change the way it works. There's a bunch of actions. We're going to delete all these actions here. We're going to start fresh. And so what we're going to do is we're going to do an insert row, and this is going to be a chats. And then we're going to, insert the fields. And so user IDs is going to create an array of, us and the other user, right? Because we should have their user ID. And so we're going to come over here, and do we have the user ID? We should have the user ID of the person that created it, right? So this is comment. So if we take a look at this comment depth, which is the view, we have this user ID here that we can simply look up. Okay, right? So if we come over here, this list view is being fed with this comment depth with votes. This thing also has access to votes, right? For other logic, but we don't really need votes. We are looking for this one, comment depth. Okay, so I'm going to come back here, open this up, and we're going to create a code expression that's going to return an array. Right? Because we need to do that. And it's going to take into arguments, which is, user 1. And so user 1 is going to be who? That's going to be us. I'm going to put myself as first. And user 2 is the other user, right? So this is going to be this user right here, user ID. Okay. And we also need to make sure that it's not our comment that we're starting a chat. And we need to disable that comment so that it's not even visible if it's us leaving a comment, because we can also leave a comment. Okay. So user ID, user 2. And what we want to do is we want to return an array, user 1, user 2. That's it. And here for the usernames, we're going to do the same thing. We're going to do a code expression here, and we're just going to return a list of users, okay, in the same order that they're specified here. So I'm first, the other person is second. We're going to check errors. We're going to hit confirm. Okay, that's going to create a new chat. Let's go ahead and rebuild our app. Okay, here we are. And so now if you're browsing and you click here and you want to send this user a message, you can simply click here and you're going to have a new row created over here. Okay, so you can see we have a new row. Now it's telling us null value. And the reason we have null value is because we don't have this message and this information. Now, what we can do is if we go to this chat view, we can make sure that we have these values set and configured if there is a possibility that they don't exist. No, right? And so, for instance, this one, if we come over here, there is a last message. This is a default variable value, right? If the resulting value is null or empty. But this one, there's no such thing, right? what we need to do is we need to enter it, right? So this could be something like, 0 or something like this, or whatever you want. So we're going to set this to 0. This has this last message. And now what we can do is we can restart, or we can have an empty message. You can do all kinds of things. The important thing is that you take that into account, that you can have null values because they're just not created. So now if you go to our messages, we have our messages and we're not getting the errors anymore, right? We have this last message by default and this is 0. And so now if you click on it, you can send messages. Hey, Tim, I was wondering, I wanted to ask you, and I hit send, and now I start chatting with Tim and I have another conversation, stuff like that. Now, another thing to keep in mind is that we're creating duplicate threads with the same person. Now, this may make sense in your particular use case, right? It's like when you get, phone calls from a person. You will have multiple phone calls. They're all about different things. And so it may make sense here, or maybe you just want to make sure that it all gets rolled up into one chat. So it's kind of up to you. Right now we have multiple kind of separate chats here. Okay. So this may actually work in your specific use case. Now, the next thing that I want to work on is the moderation feature. Okay. Now there's different ways of doing it. We can create a different moderation panel, but a really nice kind of, starting point would be to add the ability for mods to delete comments. Okay. Just to start with something like this, and then we can build from that on. And so right now, if we take a look at our schema right here, we have a moderation table. And the idea here is that we have a user, community and their role, right? So here we have, this is me, community ID 1, I'm an admin. This is another user, they're a moderator in that community. Okay. And so anybody who is, a moderator and above, basically an admin or a moderator can, let's say, delete comments. Okay. We can do something like that kind of to start off. And so if we go to our post view, the first thing that we need to do is at the top level, we want to decide, we want to figure out if this person that's logged in, an admin or a moderator. Okay. And we can do that using this backend query. Okay. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a Supabase query. We're going to query moderation. We are going to do a single row because, we don't really care. We just need to match on something, right? And we can do a filter. We can say, user ID is equal to authenticated user. And we can add a filter and we can say that, community ID is equal to, the community that we're viewing right now. And the problem is we don't have the community information, right? So we need to get community information somewhere. We can pass it from the other page. Okay. And so let's go ahead and pass it. So we have this community information, right? Because, we can simply come over here. Let's say they click, right? They click on this and guess what? They are redirected to post view. And so we're going to pass community ID as well. So we just have it because we need the community ID. We're just going to set it as required. And here what we can do is we can pass this community ID. Here's the community ID over here, and that is passed. And there's another one, this new post. We also need to pass it here, and that's fine because they're going to be everywhere, right? We have, it's actually this input community. Let me go ahead and it's this thing right here. And I get this code expression, copy it, come over here, paste it, this input community. Okay, right there. And now if you go to our post view, we can do at the top level this query. We can do a Supabase query. We can say, moderation, and we can say filter, authenticated user is us, user ID is auth user. Okay, we're basically trying to fetch if there's a record here. Add filter, let's see, community ID is there. Now, right now, the fact that we only have admin and moderator is good enough. It's good enough because that is the only roles that we have right now. And so if they're here, they can do it. And so we need to make sure this is end. And so for the purpose of this tutorial, that is fine. If they are matched here, they're an admin. They can, they'll be able to moderate this, right? And what I'm going to do is I'm going to add a little icon here, right? So we have this icon right here, which is a chat. I'm going to add another icon, and this is going to be our moderation icon, and this is going to be this one. And it's going to be conditional because we are going to check if there's actually a, right? So we're going to say moderation rows, number of items, greater than 0. Okay. So that is our thing. Right? As long as number of items is greater than 0, that means that person exists. They can have multiple rows, but at least they're able to do it. And that's going to appear. Let me double check this. Yeah, we need to delete. We need to redo our flow. That's easy to do. I'm just going to delete it so we can test it out. Let's go ahead and test this out. All right. So let's take a look at our comments over here. And guess what? We see this, right? We see this. We see a comment and we see that this is in a group, cars, that we're a moderator, right? So if you take a look at this group over here, this is community ID, communities, one is cars. So we can only moderate cars. So if we go to this other group, we shouldn't be able to moderate it because we're not there. And so here we can moderate it. And so the idea here is that what do we want to do? Well, let's just do something simple. Let's just do deletion. So I'm going to come over here and we're going to delete this comment. Delete row. This is going to be comments, and we are going to just match them on that. Nice. And now before we can actually delete an entire comment, we need to make sure that we also delete it in the other tables that might be referencing it. Okay. So for instance, in our votes, we have this comment ID, right? And so that comment could have had votes on it and stuff like that. So we need to delete this from this table. We need to remove it. Otherwise, what we're going to have is we're going to be left with orphaned records. We're going to have records that have no relation to anything. And so I think votes is one, and well, obviously not posts. Yeah, I think pretty much votes is the only one that needs to be deleted. So what we can do is before we do this, we can do a delete rows and do the same thing in votes. Okay. And we're going to just do matching. We're going to match on the comment ID, and we're going to do that first. So we delete it from votes first, and then we delete the comment itself. And then we can do the refresh the table. Refresh database request, and we're just going to do this. All right, here we are. And let's come over here and we click here and let's double check. And this comment was deleted here and now it is refreshed. Okay, so now we have 0 comments and we have 0 comments here as well. Now, if we go to this group over here, we can't delete it because we're not an admin of that group. Now, let me go ahead and leave another comment. Let's say we leave a comment, comment 1, post. Let's say we leave another comment, comment 2. We have 2 comments and we can delete them as well. Okay, we can do that over here. And so we can do the same thing here now, right? So let's say I want to delete this comment 2. We go ahead and take a look here. These are the comments now. So let's say we want to delete comment 2. Well, there's no votes on it. So deleting that is not going to really do anything. It's just going to delete it here. So I'm going to click here. It should disappear here. Let's go ahead and refresh it. It's gone here and it's going to get deleted here as well. Now, let's say we go over here. We have a comment by a Porsche. We can delete it as well. I click here. That's going to get deleted. And if we go over here, by a Porsche, this thing should be deleted. It is not there anymore. And this thing should be removed as well, right? That comment is gone. Okay. And another thing that you can do is you can create an admin kind of panel here and you can display the groups that you're an admin in, right? So that you can take a look. That is actually easy to do. We can simply go to our profile and we can simply, this email, and what we can do is we can just duplicate that. And so here we can just list all the groups that we're an admin in. Okay. Add a query, Supabase query, moderation, and we can do list rows. We can do a filter where user ID is equal to authenticated user. And then we can get a list of communities. Okay. And then we can simply display them. And here we can create a custom function that will give us the list of IDs of the communities that we are a moderator in. Okay, so I'm going to go custom function, create a new custom function. Here we're going to create a new custom function. We're going to pass a Supabase row. We're going to say list not nullable, and this is going to be moderation. And here we're going to define an argument. This is our moderation rows. We're just going to do moderation. We're going to do Supabase row moderation. This is a list. It's not nullable. So we have a list of moderate rows and we want to return a string, not a list, just a string of integers, right? And so we can use CodePilot and say from the moderation rows, return a string. Basically, that's a list of community IDs in each of the moderation records, right? Because we have this community ID here, okay? Okay, perfect. That's exactly what we want. We're going to copy this, take a look at it. Yep, we're returning a string. We're getting this community ID. We're adding it. Looks good to me. Let's go ahead and save it. Let's go ahead and pass our moderation row. Let's go ahead and compile our functions. Line 21, there's an error. This needs to be converted to string. Okay, let's go ahead and save that. And now let's go ahead and run it. And it should display the IDs where we are a moderator or an admin. Okay, come back over here. And you can see that we are moderator or an admin in just one of the groups, one of the communities. And let's go ahead and add just a little explanation there. Copy, admin. Or just put moderator, and that's going to list the groups. And so if I add another one, it's going to display it there. So take a look. Okay, come back over here, moderator. And so now if I go ahead and I make myself a moderator for another group, let's say food as well, and I'm going to put myself. Role is admin. Now I'm an admin in another group. I refreshed it. You should see 1 and 2. Okay, 1 and 2 over there. Okay. And while we're at it, we can also add the same functionality to the posts as well. Okay. So I'm going to go over here. I'm going to go to our post view and I'm going to add another button. So I'm going to go to this row. We have this comments here. And what I can do is I can add the same kind of functionality again. So if I go over here, we have another comments and I'm going to go ahead and change that. And what we want to do is we want to give it a little bit of padding, right? Let me take a look. This is padding of 10. We're going to do the same thing here. This is going to be a moderator icon and we're going to remove this. We don't need it. And we're going to make sure that this whole thing shows up only, if we're, if it needs to show up, right? So we're going to copy this and we're going to adapt it. I'm going to come over here, number of items. And what is this number of items? Yeah, it's from the moderation rows. Okay. And so that means we can moderate everything, not just comments, but posts as well. And so if they click on it, we're going to delete that post. But before we are able to do that, we need to delete votes where that post ID is there. Right? Because we're deleting the entire post. We also want to delete the post and that's it pretty much. So votes and then post. Copy this thing here, action, because it's very, very similar. Copy action chain, come back over here, open this, delete this and paste our action. And so now we want to delete votes, not comment ID. This is going to be post ID is equal to, what are we deleting to? Post ID, but before votes. And now we do the same thing for posts. And also we need to do comments as well, because comments has posts as well. So it's a lot of dependencies. So I'm going to copy this. I'm going to paste it. So with the votes, we're going to do comments where post ID, I think this looks right. And last but not least, we want to delete posts where post is page parameter post ID. Okay. So we're deleting votes. We're deleting comments and we're deleting the post itself and we're refreshing database requests. In fact, we need to see what we need to refresh, right? So this whole thing, this is this top list view. So this is list view 1 and that bottom one is list view 2. Okay. And so let me go ahead and fix that. This is going to be list view 1. And then this one, let's double check. Let's go ahead and see if that works. And so let's say we load this app and I want to delete this post over here. Well, I can do it. There's one comment. There's no votes here. Okay. And so I can simply click here and delete it. So this is what's a good card to buy. Let's take a look where that post is. This is the first post, right? This is the OG post. I'm going to click here. That's going to delete it. And now we have a null value because there's nothing to display, right? If we go over here, that post is deleted. It's no longer here, right? 1 is no longer there, but there's nothing to delete. And so we need to redirect back to the home page. Makes sense. Come over here. Let's go ahead and yeah, we can't refresh because there's nothing to refresh, right? So we need to redirect back to the home, okay? Or to community page. Okay. Let's go ahead and try this again. All right. So now let's say I want to delete this. It says economy card. This is this post here, number 6. I click over here and I delete it and I get redirected. Now I'm seeing other posts, right? It should no longer be there and it is not there. Just refresh. It's gone. And so now I'm seeing different recommendations here. Okay. So that is one way to kind of have this admin functionality, right? I'm a moderator in these two groups, admin or a moderator. You can expand it. You can take it as far as you want to go. Now, another cool moderation thing that we can do is that we can lock posts, right? So meaning that nobody else can leave comments. This is another thing that I've seen on Reddit and in other places, right? And we can also check if the user is a moderator and we can act appropriately. And so the idea is they go to the app and on some posts, they can't leave comments. Okay. So this can be disabled. The button is going to be essentially disabled or a different color or something like that. We are going to leave the number of comments, but you won't be able to leave new comments. So this is another thing that we can do. And the way that we do it is first, we need a way to track if a community, if a post has a flag set. So if we go to this database here and we see posts, and what we want to do is we want to add another column called locked. Okay, so we can call it locked, and this is going to be a Boolean, right? And by default, it's false. Okay, by default, we're just going to put false here. So it's not locked by default when it's created, but an admin can lock it. Okay, so I'm going to click here. We have a new field that was created. So by default, it's false. And then what we can do here is we're going to add another icon here. Right. So if you click over here, we can see that we have this moderation icon, and I'm going to add another icon. And, in fact, we can even put it in the same, no, I'm going to put it separately, right? So I'm going to go ahead and put it separately, and I'm going to give it I'm going to give it some padding, right? So this comment has a padding of 10. I'm going to give this a padding of 10. And right here, this is going to be another icon. So let's say this is a lock, something like this. And when that appears, you can't leave, you can lock it as a moderator. Okay. And when it's locked, it's going to have different logic here. Okay. So I'm going to go over here and, we're going to create the logic. So what we want to do is we just want to update that post. Right. So I'm going to say update row, and table is going to be post. And this is going to be a lot easier than deleting. And then just set one field. Well, we don't have locked yet. We need to update our schema. It doesn't update automatically. And so now we have this lock Boolean. Come back over here, and we're going to change this to lock. And what we're going to do is we're going to, well, we can even flip it, but I'm just going to set it to true for now. Okay. Maybe later on we'll do locking and unlocking, and we're just going to set it to true, and that's it. And then you can simply do a refresh database request on, I think it's list view 1, if I'm not mistaken. Right. So if you go over here, we can see that this top part is a list view. So we want to maybe do a refresh and then change some of the logic here. Okay. So if I come over here, list view 1. Okay, perfect. So this is going to update, set lock to true. And once this is set, maybe we want to change, this color here. So you cannot leave comments. And so this right here is icon color. It's black. Let's make it red, or, let's make it maybe a faint color. Right. So something like this. So what we want to do here is we want to click here. We want to do conditional value. And if it is, let's take a look. Right here. And now we need to make sure that we get, so all posts by community view. So here we need to make sure that we get locked as well, right? All posts by community view right here. So this thing here, it needs to get locked, right? So if you go over here, all posts by community view, we need to make sure that this view has locked as well. So we're going to come in here. We're going to go to our trusty. What I want to do is I want to reset this, and I want to say add a field locked to all posts by community from the table posts. Add field to all posts by community. Let's see if it works. Should be very, very easy. And there it is. And it should be right there. Piece locked is locked. Okay. So it adds another field. Let's go ahead and run it. Success. Come over here, come here, close this. And now we have this locked. Okay. And that's it. So now that we have locked, we can see what's going on. We're going to refresh this, get new schema. And now we can use that value to figure out what we want to do. And this is this icon color here. So we're going to do a conditional. We're going to say, open this up. We're going to say locked, and it's Boolean, which is nice. So if it's not locked, if it's locked, we can set a really faint color, kind of, to signify disabled. If it's not locked, we're going to make it, we're going to confirm this. And also we want to disable it, right? So disabled if it's locked. Very easy because it's a Boolean. We don't need any conditionals or anything like that. So it's going to be disabled. And so if you preview it, you can see how it looks, right? When it's locked. Okay. And it's going to be disabled automatically. And so you're clicking it, it gets disabled and you cannot click it. You cannot click it anymore. Let's double check what's happening. Custom functions. Let's go ahead and run our custom functions. Another thing that we need to make sure that this button is only visible, obviously, to admins. And because, we've copied it from this previous, as a copy of this button, it has the same logic. You see, it uses moderation rows. If we're in the moderation rows, if we have moderation rights for this community, it's going to work. All right, let's go ahead and double check that everything is set up correctly. If we open this up, one thing we want to keep in mind is the matching rows. So we don't have any matching rows. Let me set the matching rows so that we do it on the right one. So this is post ID is equal to post ID. We say locked is true. Okay, let's go ahead and run our app, see what's going on. All right, here we are. Click here. And let's say we want to lock it. And now it's locked. You see, this is now disabled. And if we go back here, if we go into post, we can see that this is true. Now, one thing that we can do is we can also unlock it so we can toggle it potentially. That is something that we can do as well. It's actually very easy to do. We can simply go back here, open this up, and instead of setting it to true, we can set it to an invert value of whatever we set, right? So if it's currently false, we set it to true. If it's currently true, we set it to false. And so what we can do is we can set it to locked over here, come back here, and we can apply the opposite. Okay, and that's going to invert it. Okay, let's go ahead and restart our app. That could be a good idea, right? Lock, unlock. Okay, we click here. This is locked. We click this, and it is unlocked. And now we can leave a comment. This is locked. And we can't do anything, okay? So another really nice moderation feature. Now, another thing that I want to do is I want to have the ability to reply to posts. So right now you can click here and you can write a new post, right? So, and that's going to be a top level post. There's no way to reply, but because we have a system that supports that, that's really trivial to do. And so if we go to our app over here, right? Well, first of all, this is locked. Let's say I unlock it. And if I click here, I can write a post. And that's going to be an automatic top-level response. And so the idea here is that you'll be able to click here, and there's going to be a button here to reply to this comment, not, replying to the post itself. And that's going to be very trivial to do, okay? So if you go to our app over here, and if you go to add comment, you can see right now that it creates a top-level comment, post ID, user ID, content. It does not worry about a parent, right? Parent comment ID. And so all we need to do is have the same flow. We can even copy it right now and then add the comment that we're replying to as the parent comment. Okay, so I'm just going to copy this. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to go into our post view and I'm going to add another button here. So I'm going to add it right there, just after this button right there. I'm going to do this, and this button right here, we could simply make it a reply. Okay, and so I'm going to go over here. There's some logic there, but we don't really need logic, right? At least for now. And we're going to say reply. And that looks kind of cool. Maybe something like, reply. And when they click there, we're going to do a pop-up of, we're going to remove all this. We're going to paste our action chain. I guess we can paste it. Okay. We're going to recopy it. Let me go ahead and recopy it from here. Okay. And we're going to paste this right here. So this is the flow, and it loads up this add comment here. Now this add comment, right? If you go over here, it loads this. But we need to tell it that there is also a comment ID that's being passed. So if you come over here, right, there's just a post ID. And so what we can do is we can add another parameter, make it an optional one, parent comment ID. This is going to be an optional one. And if it's set, we're going to include it, right? If it's not set, well, it's null. And if it doesn't have a default value, it's just going to be null automatically, right? Because this value here is null by default, right? So if you come over here, we can even double check. Yeah, you see default value is null. And so this is optional, right? We don't pass it. It's null. It's set automatically, and it should work. It should be flexible enough. Okay. And so now let's go to our post view and let's see if this is going to work as expected. So we're going to do this. We're going to pass a post comment ID. So where we click that button, that's going to be the parent comment ID. So if we come over here, we're going to find our comment over here, right? So this is this comment ID, right? Because this whole thing is the second list view, and this is a list view of comments, right? Comment depth with votes. And so if we come over here, this is the ID from comment depth with votes, and this is just the comment ID. So it automatically sends that parent comment ID. And so because we're passing it, it's gonna have it here. So when it loads, it's gonna have it here. It's going to be set. And so when we do post, we just need to add another field. We just need to do parent comment ID, and that's going to be our parameter. Okay. And so this should hopefully do exactly what we want. Give us that comment there. Okay. Let's take a look what's happening. Parent comment ID, post ID is not properly set. Okay. Let's go ahead and change that. Post ID is right here. Okay, so we have the post ID. And so when they click here, it should create the comment and get it set up correctly to where it needs to be. And let's go ahead and run it and see if that works. All right, so here's our app. And if you come over here, we have this reply. So the idea is to reply to this comment. Let's go ahead and see, first reply to your comment. And let's go back. Let's see if it's, now we have two comments. So if you go over here, and so now we have a reply here. Okay. And so if we go over here to our comments, you should see a reply right here, right? First reply to your comment, and we have the parent ID. Okay. And so I can keep going. I can reply to this comment. Okay. Another reply. You can post this, and that should reply. We need to check on the refreshing, but it looks like it works, right? So we're going to have another reply over here, another reply, right? And then we have the parent comment ID, which is this comment, and this is parent comment ID, which is this comment right here. Okay, so this works as expected. This is exactly what we want to do. Now, let's say that I reply to the topic here. So if I click here, that's going to be a comment without a parent comment ID. It's going to be a top level comment. So I'm going to say top level comment number 2, because we already have one here. So I'm going to post that, see how that works. We have 4, and we see the comment over here. And so now if we come over here to our comments, we have this comment over here. Parent comment ID is null, right? And this is a top level comment. Now this reply is under this. We need to fix it. We need to make sure that it is set correctly. So let me go ahead and see what the issue is. Okay, there's no ordering, it's just filtering. And so if we go to this view here, comment depth with votes, right, we can take a look and we can see what's happening here. So this is a top level comment, right? This is a reply, this is a reply, and this is a top level. Okay, so these top levels, these comments should be under this one, and this top level should be by itself. Okay, it should be sorted by date or something else. It should be by itself. These two comments should be under it, right? And so if we come over here and we take a look, we see that the top comments are, at the top level, but these two, they should be replied to this one, right? Because first reply is 7. This is, I have some good ideas for healthy food, right? And so that's what it should be. And so what we need to do is we need to make sure that's how it's sorted. Okay. And so to do that, we need to make sure that they are listed correctly. And so let's go ahead and see if we can get AI to help us out. We can simply come over here, and we wanted to tell it, make sure that the view comment depth with votes, the comments with a top level comment with the sub comments appearing the top level comments, so that I can simply the comments, and they would appear in a specific order, so that the person which sub comments are part of which top level comment. Right now I have top level comments and sub comments appearing under the wrong top level comment. Let's see if that works. Okay, so it says we need to modify the ordering. Let's see if that's going to help us out. So it looks like it modified the ordering, and let's go ahead and run it. Let's modify this. Success. And let's see how it looks. Okay, let's go ahead and close this. And now it looks like it's exactly what we need to do, because this is the top level, response is another top level. And so this should be exactly what we're looking for. Let's go ahead and refresh this. And so now let's come over here, and this is what we see. And it's not showing it correctly. but it is showing it correctly here. So all we need to do is order by the ID in ascending order, and hopefully that will work. Let's try this by ID in increasing order, and that should guarantee that it is correct. Okay, click here and perfect. Now this is exactly what we want. We have a top level comment, replies, another top level comment, and I can reply to second top level comment here. And then let's go ahead and refresh it. We still need to fix that refresh, but now it's working as expected here. Now, the reason it's not refreshing itself is because this is a single time query. And I think we had some issues with it, right? This querying functionality, it has some limitations. And so if we change it, we can see what happens. It's telling us streaming queries are not supported for tables without primary keys. Now, the reason we're seeing this message here is if we go and take a look at our views over here, and this is important, because you might be dealing with this, right? If you go into Supabase and you see we have a bunch of views. Now, some views, they have a primary key. So FlutterFlow recognizes that this ID is a primary key, but for some other views, there is no primary key. And that is because these views are slightly more complex. There's lots of things going on. And so FlutterFlow does not see a primary key, right? Here's another primary key that it sees. Here it doesn't see anything. Here it sees two primary keys, right? But for this one, it doesn't see anything. And part of it is because this view is a fairly complex view. There's recursion. There's a way to kind of have it, under it, right? With the indentation, stuff like that. And so we need another approach where we're going to be refreshing it manually. And so one thing that we can do is we can simply refresh this page. And that's an old school way of, refreshing the data and showing the new comments. So we're going to come here on this add new comment. And when we click on post, what we're going to do is we're going to navigate. We're going to navigate back to post view. We're going to pass our post ID and community ID as well. Do we have community ID? We should have it. Let's go ahead and pass community ID as well to our component here. Now we can pass it back. We're going to pass that. And then when we load it, right, when we click here, we're going to pass that. It can pass it back. Okay, we have community ID. And then we also need to do it here, right? Community ID right there. Okay. And so the idea here, it's going to do everything, and that's going to reload this page with the new comments. Let me double check. What do we not? Okay, we need to pass it. Okay, let's go ahead and rebuild our app. All right, now if you come over here, we should leave a comment. This should refresh it. So I'm going to do a reply comment, and then there's the reply comment. So it kind of refreshes it. We can do an instant refresh. That's going to be a little bit more seamless. So if you come over here, post, open this up, we can do an instant no back navigation. That's going to be just like a refresh, almost like, real-time data refresh. All right. And now let's try that again. Come back over here. Let's say I want to reply to this comment, reply here, and there you go. And that should be, reply here. So it's replied somewhere, and I can reply to this comment, reply here, and here's the comment here, right there. And now you see the comment right there. Okay. So that's a way to do these replies, and in situations where you can't get this real-time working, if you have like a complex view here, and as you can see, this is a fairly complex view. If you go to our definition, you see lots of things happening here, and that is because we need to display it a certain way, and FlutterFlow doesn't seem to recognize a unique a primary key there. Okay. And so you can simply do that. So we can leave a comment here if you want, a top level comment. And now you have a top level comment right here. We can reply to this comment, etc., etc. Now we have more ways to interact with our community and the users inside the community. Now, another thing that I'd like to do, which is, I think is going to be a good feature, is to have a notification page. So Reddit has that, right? So if you go over here, you have these notifications, right? So somebody replied to your message, somebody replied to your post, maybe somebody direct messaged you, things like that, things that you should know about, okay? And we're going to be building this in Supabase, right? So a lot of that logic is going to be in the view. But before we are able to do it, let's go ahead and create a page to display all of this, right? So we're going to come over here. We're going to do page name is notifications, create page. I'm going to say notifications, make it a bit bigger. Okay. And obviously this is going to be a list view. We'll adjust it. and all that. But really the key here is to getting this view correctly. Okay, so let's go ahead and try to build this view out. Let's go into Supabase AI. Let's go ahead and reset it, and let's try to do it. Create a view notifications that will have the following fields: user ID, notification, notification type, and notification text. Create notifications. User ID will have a notification. One of the following conditions: their comment was replied by another user, not the same, had a comment, had a new comment posted by another user, not the same as the poster, and if they were messaged by someone. Okay, let's see if it's able to do it. All right, now it's generating. Comment replied. Your comment was replied to. Okay, new comment. Your post has a new comment, new message. Okay, looks good to me. And there's a condition there, public notifications. Okay, let's go ahead and run it. Let's go ahead and come back here. There it is. Let's close this, and there it is. We have all of these notifications, right? So you can simply filter by the user and see comment, reply, new comment, new message. So I have 4 messages and comment, reply, new comment, new comment. So this is kind of cool. Right? This is pretty cool. Comment reply. So it looks like I have one comment reply and 2 new comments. And so let's go ahead and display this stuff right here, right? So we're going to create a list view. We're going to do a card, and how does it look? This is the user, and just, we're just going to keep it simple. Just, notification, and we're going to put some text, and let's go ahead and pad it. Just keep it simple. We can add more information later. Let's do a little bit of less padding on the card, and let's do this. Card is, yeah, that's fine. Let's go ahead and refresh our database. And I also want to have the timestamp there when it was created. So let's go ahead and modify this. Let's come back here. Modify the view by adding a timestamp of when the notification was done. Look up, see the field, created at for the specific table. Let's go ahead and see if it works. All right, there we go. Let's go ahead and run it. Okay, success. Let's refresh this. And now we have the created timestamp there as well. Let's come back to FlutterFlow, refresh this, come back here, and let's go ahead and paste it. So list view is going to be add query, Supabase query, notifications. We're going to filter by the user ID. That's going to be us. Okay, and then we can order by the time, and this is going to be notification. Well, we can do both. We can do let's go ahead and wrap this widget in a row, and then you can do both. And so something like this could be notification type, notification type, and there we go. Let's go ahead, and you want to do for list views, you want to make sure you expand it, right? It's always a good thing, because then you can turn off shrink wrap, right? It's better for performance, and because it's inside of a column. Columns don't have any constraints. They don't provide constraints on the children. And let's go ahead and give it a navbar. Show navbar. Let's do notifications. Notifications. Yeah, maybe something like this. And let's go and organize it. Let's put notification just before the profile. Second to last. Let's see if we can change it. Maybe something like this. Okay, let's go ahead and refresh it. All right. And come over here, and we have notification. Well, we need to put the time. And I want to do a couple of things. I want to expand this, and I want to put another field, the time. So this needs to be expanded. This will do not fully expanded. This is fully expanded, and this is going to be the time. And we're going to do relative, I think is going to. Okay, so something like this. And let's go ahead and there we go. Okay, 24 hours ago, there we go. So 14 days ago, I had this, I had that. Now, when I was just testing and replying to comments, that doesn't count, because I was replying to myself. But if somebody else replied it, it's going to be here. And let's do a couple of other things. Let's maybe make this a little bit smaller. Let's make this a little bit smaller. Let's make this bold maybe. Or you know what? Let's keep that the same font size. Let's make this, and yeah. This we want to keep the same, medium. Let's go and see how that looks. All right. There we have it. New comment, new message, new message. Do we want it to be sorted this way? I think it needs to be the other way around, right? Because it's not a chat where you see the messages at the bottom you should probably see notifications up on top, because that's where, you gravitate, your eyes gravitate to. So let's go ahead and reverse the sort. Let's do by descending. I think that makes more sense. Let me know what you think in the comments. You can always change it if you think otherwise. Okay, let's come back to notifications. There we have it. Okay, so these are the new notifications and these are the older. Okay, and so pretty cool. You see your notifications. We can also create a link to the specific comment, things like that. There's lots of things that you can do, but right now, at least you see what's happening. And so at this point, we have a fairly functional app that does some interesting things, right? So we have the home page with recommendations, right? So we're going to be displaying different, top posts from communities, okay? We have this where we can join different communities that we're not a member yet. We can create a new post. We can chat with other members. We have notifications, right? So if you got a new message, new comment reply. And apart from that, we have moderator features, right? So if I come in over here, I'm a moderator of this group cars. And so I can lock it here. I lock it from comments. I can also delete this here. And we also have upvotes and stuff like that. Now, obviously we can add more and more features. We can take it as far as we want to go. But at this point in time, we have a pretty cool app that you can modify, you can enhance, you can do anything that you want to do. And obviously you're going to have access to this entire app, just like with pretty much all the other apps that I built on the channel. If you're a member of our amazing Patreon community, right? And so you're going to get this entire code. I'm also going to make my whole database available, right? So all the tables, all the views, I'm going to give you everything that you just need to do is execute the code as SQL, right? You can simply go into SQL and paste the code I'm going to give you, and it's going to recreate everything, right? If not, you can just rewind the video and take a look at all my tables, all my views, things like that, right? How I've created it. And so as a Patreon supporter, you're going to gain access to an amazing community, gain access to all my apps, gain access to my weekly video podcast where I kind of talk about the things that I'm working on, what's happening, give you kind of the inside scoop of different tools that I'm kind of testing out, stuff like that. And so if you're serious about no-code, serious about development, you're a fan of this channel, you want to get more content, Patreon is the best way that should be your next step, right? It's the best way of kind of supporting this channel and getting tons and tons of value for your own educational purposes, your own development, and what have you. And also check out my flagship trainings, Mastering FlutterFlow and Mastering Supabase, because these are the main trainings that took me like years to, design, conceive, just create and all this. There's lots and lots of content, and it makes learning these concepts super easy. It's a lot easier, when you have like a structured program, structured flow, as opposed to kind of hunting down these videos all over the place and kind of trying to figure things out on your own. It's a lot easier when everything is structured. So check out Mastering FlutterFlow and Mastering Supabase. And I have some nice package deals where you can get both trainings at a discount, or you can get 2 trainings along with a Patreon yearly subscription for a very, very attractive discount. So check out the Mastering FlutterFlow, Mastering Supabase, and see the special deals that we have there. And so thank you so much for watching this video. Check out our Patreon community, check out the trainings, join our private Discord community when you join our trainings. And so hopefully I will see you either inside of our Patreon community or inside of our Mastering FlutterFlow, Mastering Supabase private Discord community, where we can further communicate and connect.